Excuse me? Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Just to let you know, if somebody needs to translate, we have got headphones at the bottom of the room. Thank you. Per tutte le persone che hanno bisogno delle cuffie, sono a disposizione in fondo alla sala. Grazie.
Test. Test.
Ci sono tutti i profili che poi ci dividiamo. Ti metti a fare con zeratini quando siete seduti qua.
Adesso è andato. Se potete prendere posto, per favore. just to remind you, have to take for the translation. I don't know how many. I think we have informed all of them. Okay. Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our usual, if I may say so, annual conference of the Italian Foundation of Multiple Sclerosis within the framework of the National Week of MS, which coincides with the week of May the 30th, which is the World Day of Multiple Sclerosis. So I would like to welcome all of you. So the usual participants and the people who have come for the first time, I would like to extend my greetings to people connected online today and on Thursday. We are going to record the meeting, but also it's possible to attend the streaming session. So we're going to have some presentations in Italian and then some presentations in English. And so if Italian people need simultaneous translation, you're going to have headphones at the end of this room. So we're going to start with the welcome greetings by the president of the Italian Society of Multiple Sclerosis and Dr. Francesco Vacca. And I would like to give him the floor. Well, thank you, Mario. Good morning, everybody. So it has been a few years that I have participated in this very important event, and as always, very happy and I'm honored to be here with you today and to welcome you on the occasion of the opening of this annual Conference of FISM and within the framework of the National Week of ISM, as said by Professor Battaglia. So my introductory remark is being done in my quality as president of ISM, but especially a person suffering from MS, representing all the people with MS and correlated pathologies. So the title of today's conference is Brain Health, Rethinking the Diagnosis of Multiple Sclerosis and Related Disorders. Leads us to focus our attention on the fundamental turning point of diagnosis and to emphasize the very important cooperation that we need to develop more and more among the people who have this pathology, researchers, doctors, and health care workers, and especially the people from government institutions, and not only in Italy but throughout the world, in order to arrive at a new definition and early classification of diagnosis. So there is no health without brain health. As stated by a new campaign for the European Agenda of Researchers, so we have to be all committed to answering this call. So I'm very proud of the fact that this conference is going to focus on the importance of the diagnosis through self-reported data, thus focusing our attention on the people who suffer from the disease because they can unmask hidden symptoms that are absolutely important for early diagnosis and for better quality of life. So this year, in the era of digital transformation, in line with personalized medicine, we see that the direct experience of people is humanizing the role of new technologies, thus helping introducing them in the clinical practice. I am suffering from MS, and this is a very important moment for me. It is a historical and crucial period of time. So there's a great revolution looming because, in fact, I could actually touch with my hand hands, being a part of this association, that research has changed, that people who suffer from this disease are considered and involved, and people like me not only play a role of spectators, but they have to become real active participants in the research process. Science not for the people, but with and of people at the center, because they're sitting on the table together with other actors from research to treatment. I would like to thank for the work done in the last few years. I would like to wish you a very successful conference, but especially so that you're going to have very interesting future challenges. Thanks to all of you.
Andate al video.
Andiamo?
Ci sono sintomi come la fatica cronica che nessuno può vedere. Aiutaci a sconfiggere la sclerosi multipla. Scopri di più.
Mi mettete.
Can I please have my slides on, please? So this video you've shown you is being broadcast on RAI, the Italian broadcasting company, and this is a campaign that you saw last year. But this is a new campaign with new symptoms and TV spots, because, you know, television can reach a higher number of people. For our guests from other countries, I would like to remind you that we are an association, the Association of People with Multiple Sclerosis, and we also are a foundation, the foundation carrying out scientific research. So this is the National Week of Multiple Sclerosis with many events, very scenic events such as the lighting up of buildings and monuments around Italy. And on Friday, we will be at the Chamber of Deputies again in the Queen's Hall, like 2 years ago, to share where we are with the agenda of multiple sclerosis, the Agenda 2025, a fundamental instrument for us, which was decided by people with multiple sclerosis together with all the stakeholders. This happened 3 years ago. And we are going on along this road in order to provide concrete responses to many issues, not only scientific research that we're going to discuss today, but the transformation of research into treatment, healthcare for families and people with MS, and social inclusion as full members of the community. So yesterday, we also shared our thoughts with the Italian candidates for the European Parliament. So we shared a manifesto, which is within the networks at which we belong. It is online, but it talks about some fundamental values that Europe has to deal with. For those who don't know, we've always worked with the European Parliament in the last 30 years. And on behalf of the whole MS community, the European associations unanimously voted on the 4 themes: scientific research, drugs, access to healthcare, full rehabilitation, and work. These themes were also developed together with different European initiatives, and we're always present. And Italy is at the forefront. You've seen the campaign, this awareness campaign, which is being broadcast on television. And in our social media, we have another 5 stories. So with artificial intelligence, we're trying to express the symptoms that are invisible of multiple sclerosis. Today, we are going to start this conference, and the title of the first presentation is Challenges. The most important challenge is to implement the agenda in all its parts. And today we're going to talk about the scientific research, the people with MS and people with related disorders. For example, and the optical neuromyelitis and related disorders, because we are also committed to this disease. So we also presented the research agenda, which was decided together with you, together with patients and researchers. And these are the priorities. For our guests, I would like to remind you that our foundation is financing scientific research with an annual call. It's fundamental to support infrastructure such as the Italian Registry for MS and magnetic resonance imaging research centers. And it's also very important to create career paths for young people. Many young people in the past are the best researchers in the world today. So young people who want to become scientific researchers. And then we have also in-house research, rehabilitation research, public health research, and also the involvement of all the stakeholders and patients alike. So last year's in 2023, within the framework of the foundation budget, we allocated 8.7 million euros to scientific research. And in the period 2021-2023, and I will explain you why, we allocated about financing to 190 projects underway. As already pointed out, we finance research at 360 degrees, covering all the areas from calls to special projects that we developed and we will continue to develop, which are absolutely fundamental. And then another essential element I would like to discuss is that we invest a lot in different domains, even with relevant impact factors, for primary prevention, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention, but also to create a network of research. And on the barometer, you will find these data. I say this for the barometer of MS, also with the chapter on research. And you see the research we finance within the framework of Italian research on MS and international research as well. So what we can see is that in all these domains of primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, we obtain important results also in terms of impact factor, because we carry out extremely high-level research studies through the call and through special projects. And it is also important to communicate research, and you will find these data inside the barometer. All this within a global context where we really have to work across all domains on other diseases and together with all the people involved in the fight against neurological diseases, and in particular neurodegenerative diseases. We do this with partners that are going to speak during our meeting. It is important to share all this. I started from our request to future parliamentarians in Europe, and I think we have to share our thoughts with other people. We do this through sister associations, multiple sclerosis associations around the world. We've always worked together, but last year we committed to a program for research strategies and guidelines, shared guidelines and ends in order to reach the objectives as soon as possible. For us, that is a fundamental element, especially for the themes that we have expressed as primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. And in the document that you will find on our website, so Pathways to Cure, and this is a path that we share together with our associations in order to stop, repair, and cure MS. One of the first efforts of this global network of associations led us to see the reality in order to understand in 2021, 22, and 23 what is a global effort underway. And so this is underestimated because some data from some parts of the world are missing. We're talking about 1.4 billion euros with 2,346 projects. For sure, there are some domains in which we do not invest so much, but of course we have to increase our investments. The data are related to the efforts of the financing associations and also the available public funds. As you see, there is still a long way to go, especially to cover the areas that are not covered yet. So Europe accounts for 40% of this effort, and within this framework, there is our contribution that is really stronger with respect to the rest of the world on infrastructures and on the recovery of functions. So last year, this was a subject of a communication to ACTRIMS, and this will also be at AN with an update of the data. As you know, we are working in the international network on some specific themes, such as progressive MS, the Alliance of Progressive MS, and together with our funds, apart from the Italian funds, we also finance or co-finance international projects, always selected, trying to find excellence. So we cover all different areas. Today we're going to talk about also ongoing projects, the state of the art of research on causes. We're going to talk about Epstein-Barr. And during these 3 days, we're going to deal with another important issue for MS people, the plasticity of the nervous system, and all the research and studies that have shown the importance of the correct approach, which has to be transformed into better quality of life for people. So from research to treatment, especially to services have to be provided on a community basis. And at the end of the morning session, we're going to talk about infrastructures. You know, we have created an Italian registry for MS together with all the clinical MS centers, which carry out excellent work to provide data. IFA, for example, has to change its approach to treatments with the current scientific knowledge. We can no longer accept first line or second line. So especially, I'm talking about drugs, but the registry can also support public health and research by putting together a lot of data. And so we have supported many infrastructures. We have created many of them, and we want to put them all together in a single container in which you can find all the necessary information to get more knowledge about MS, especially personalization of treatment. And through our research, we also have to deal with some themes or issues leading to better quality of life. For example, work, but not only. And we are continuing to finance scientific research. For example, the next few days, we're going to have a new call where people with MS, again, in the photo say, thanks to you, our research is has a present in the future, because, of course, we have to provide responses to people who suffer from MS today, but also people who may be cured in the future. Of course, we're also working within fundamental networks here. It is also important to look at advocacy. This is important because we really have to provide a contribution to a single global agenda for MS and related diseases within the framework of neurological diseases. And for us, as will be discussed very soon, it is important to involve people in research. Francesco Vacca talked about this aspect, which is absolutely fundamental. And it is important to involve all the stakeholders, but we have to work together together with people with MS for scientific research at all stages. And so in the last few years, we touched upon these themes, even the presentation of the Itinerary project and another project called Multi-Act, which is also shared with Europe, because through this project, Europe has decided that some of the principles have to be applied by all, not only for MS. And in individual projects, we have to create what we call engagement coordination teams. So we have created an engagement coordination team. So we have done this around the communities, and we will continue to do so. We have a conference of people with MS. So we have continuous contacts with people with MS throughout the communities. And this is very important for the whole cycle. So the definition of objectives and the research methodology up to the carrying out of research, monitoring, and communication. Now, I would like to talk about this program, and I would like to ask the other two moderators who are going to be with me. So, Gianluigi Mancardi, who is a president of the scientific committee of the association, who devoted his life, I can say, to research on MS and to clinical research, to Paola Zeratin, director of research of our foundation. If they can please come to the podium here. And we are going to start with the morning session. Thank you.
Io raccomando sempre ai relatori, come ho fatto prima con Francesco.
I suggest that all speakers should speak slowly so that all interpreters can follow the speech, avoiding missing some specific points of our speeches. As always, Let's start this conference through the speech of many institutions, for example, representatives of the Ministry of Health and the Scientific Research. The Ministry of Scientific Research is important, and it extended the greetings for our work as our foundation, but it couldn't send a representative. But we have to say that we have been cooperating with the Ministry of Health for many years. For example, the Agenda 2025, but even in terms of research carried out by the Ministry of Health. I extend my greetings to all representatives and ministers for this great cooperation. Today we have the pleasure to represent the Ministry of Health, Ms. Giselda Scalera. She attended this conference 2 years ago. She's the director of the 5th Directorate for the Internationalization and the Promotion of Research, and the Directorate for Research and Innovation in terms of health of the Ministry of Health. So the floor is yours.
Ok. Buongiorno a tutti,
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be here again to tell you what we are going, tell you some news, some positive facts that occurred in the last 2 years. I will explain to you some strategies we adopted. The title of this conference is key, the word rethinking. Rethinking means having a research data platform which are validated, through which we can develop some diagnosis, taking charge, and rehabilitation procedures. What we do as the General Directorate, as you said before, is the possibility to promote research through some specific tools. I wanted to think that all researchers are able to provide us with new tools, with the research breakthrough, but even important tools to provide researchers with the possibility to adopt, to implement new projects. For example, the technological technological transformation to develop new important results for all citizens. In this first slide, as you can see, I represented our pathway and all projects we adopted. Our community is made up of IRCs. I know that for foreign participants it's really hard to understand. These are some medical centers uniting the research to the assistance. So these are high-level medical centers focusing on the health research. These are usual tools through which we are able to promote research and to finance it. For example, promoting new equipment, new technologies, financings through specific selections in order to develop and promote the best proposals, the use of new technologies through financings of IRCs, the research hospitals I mentioned before, in terms of healthcare staff or the implementation of some specific equipments, and IRCs networks. Those networks are one of the most successful tools we adopted. As a matter of fact, it is able to connect knowledge, experiences to promote the research results. Then we have the Finalize the Research, which is a call of the Ministry of Health for all healthcare operators on the territory. So through a bottom-up approach, starting from the researcher, we are able to award all healthcare operators. A peer review approach is used within those projects with the cooperation of many researchers across the world. They select the best projects. And in terms of finalized call, we have two new tools: the development plan and health cohesion. We are talking about European funds. They were fundamental to develop a call in terms of research, and then the recovery and resilience national plan. The most important aspect is the finalized research. They are competitive calls which wants to promote the best projects with a bottom-up approach. We don't want to express the direction of those projects to all researchers. What we want to do is something different. We wanted to propose all researchers different projects in terms of different activities with a selection procedure to understand the future breakthrough of research. In this case, the Ministry of Health was able to be updated in terms of new strategies to be applied and to be financed. In the last 5 years, 24 projects were funded for MS research, and generally speaking, the best projects are those which collected a high number of proposals. We're talking about 10 million euros. Another call in 2021 we launched is the Development and Health Cohesion Plan. We have 5 fields, as you can see. For example, the advanced diagnosis, as you can read in the slide. We developed a national network for a high-impact diseases. We wanted to focus on this field because we wanted to work on those diseases. They have a high mortality rate, but they are able to affect hugely on the national cost, but even on the life of national citizens. Within the framework of this call, a project for MS was launched. What about a feature of those projects? We can say that these projects aimed at developing nationally a high-level centers network that using artificial intelligence and new technologies to develop technologies, tools, algorithms to foster diagnosis algorithms, but even to uphold new tools for researchers and for doctors as well. Then we have National Recovery and Resilience Plan with the Mission Health. Within this framework, the Ministry of Health launched 2 calls. The first one ended some days ago. We are focusing on the proof of concept because we decided to foster the technological transfer. Even with new approvals, new technological approvals, but they needed some advocacy to pass from the idea to the concrete implementation. Another factor is the chronic diseases in continuity with the previous call. This topic involved the risk and prevention factor and even disease mechanisms. We launched 4 projects for MS, which were financed for epidemiology, diseases, mechanism, with a financing of more than 3 million euros.
And some of these projects are underway and researchers are working on them. This is the second National Resilience and Recovery Plan call. Has just been finalized for the proof of concept and non-transmissible chronic diseases. So you see we have additional activity lines, also therapeutic innovation and diagnostic innovation. We had 3 projects funded, one on the proof of concept, which wants to be Sentinel, not very important in terms of figures, but some ideas are being transferred into reality, and also others on diagnostic and therapeutic innovation. But I also like to close my presentation by talking about the network of research hospitals. So we have research hospitals within a network covering the different thematic areas. One to population, for example, so for people above 70, and then we have also the pediatric area, but we also have neuroscience network. The network consists of about 30 research hospitals with exclusive competencies, so they are only working on neuroscience. But it also have an important, relevant commitment to neuroscience. So in the last period, the networks have really gone forward. So they started in 2018, but this was just an aggregation of research institutes. But now they have become an added value for research. Because what is the task of the networks? Not only putting together researchers, but each institute through the network can also develop a research area that they would not have been able to do all by themselves. So researchers who are there can actually capitalize on the knowledge of other people. So the neuroscience network has a characteristic. We have a national virtual institute. So we have actually some neuroscience pillars, and on the top of which there are different platforms: neuroimaging, genomics, proteomics, neuroimaging, telerehabilitation, and IoT. So platforms. So they are cross-sectional, so they can provide data, results, instruments, tools, knowledge on these thematic areas. And in particular, there is also a virtual institute for MS. Well, there are 19 institutes, and the added value of having researchers work together with associations. In fact, we are very much aware that this is a kind of work that researchers and associations have to work together. Then I would like to talk about MS. So this is a project. Parkinson's diseases, motor disorders, and neuroimmunological disorders. This has just been finalized, and which has also involved associations and discussion ideas and work, and it has created platforms and protocols. So the feature of networks, the networks of research hospitals, is not only to share research results, but also protocols, so that citizens who go to these hospitals may also be sure that around Italy there are shared and validated protocols which are very updated and very advanced in terms of knowledge, and these are shared among all partners. But the Neuroscience Network has also worked on making available technologies that may be available whenever possible in order to avoid too many transfers or commuting on the part of patients, but so that we have platform of molecular biology, and then also preclinical research platform and others. So these instruments were made available to researchers because we are convinced that we have to create a system, we have to pull together competencies, knowledge, and technologies in order to go beyond the individual research institute and pushing forward the research in the field of neuroscience and the research on the subject of this conference, which is MS. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I hope I've given some more information about what we are doing in the field of research. I would like to wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calera. It is fundamental for us to work together. We have been cooperating for many years. We shared these conferences with Mr. Leonardi and Ms. Calera, who participated for many years. So, for us, it is paramount, as you mentioned, years, the neurological platform and network, and as members of the MS network, we need to cooperate, to share our personal experience to give a concrete response. In future speeches, we'll be talking in English, so all interpreters will be translated into Italian. There are some headphones at the bottom of the hall if you need them.
The next speaker, Frederick Destrebeck, is the Executive Director of the European Brain Council since October 2014, so a long time. In his capacity, he is responsible for providing strategic direction and leadership while managing the day-to-day operations of European Brain Council and its ongoing relationships with its members, associations and other stakeholders, as well as representing the organization in various European and national forums. He was also fundamental as the partner with EBC in the Multi-Act project that we quoted. Fred holds a master's degree in political science and international relations from the University of Louvain. Frederick, up to you.
Grazie, Professor Battaglia. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for this invitation. It's a great honor for me. Unfortunately, I have to speak English. This is all my Italian.
And an honor to be with you today to present our campaign on No Health Without Brain Health that we have been launching in the context of the European elections that were mentioned a few minutes ago. Obviously, and to enter immediately into the topic of my talk, I'd like to emphasize the reason why we have launched that campaign. It's really because we have this understanding that brain health and brain disorders, first and foremost, do include the whole of neurological disorders, the whole of mental health, and as per the recent WHO definition of brain health, it is the fundamental element for the well-being of people in our society. There is data that EBC produced now 10 years ago that we can consider slightly outdated, that we're estimating that to more than 1 in 3 within Europe living with a brain disorder. And back in those years, we were estimating the cost of brain disorders to be on a yearly basis of 800 billion for managing brain conditions. But now we have new studies, new figures, the global burden of disease studies, amongst others, have been coming up with staggering figures. 1 in 3 people live with a neurological condition. It is estimated that 1 in 4 have severe mental disorders, and the European Commission was even saying that 1 in 2 after COVID were experiencing severe anxiety or depression in Europe. But the least we can say is that brain disorders is now recognized as the top element or factor of disability within our society, and is definitely to be seen as being more impactful than cancer, diabetes, and cardiovascular disorders put all together. And for this reason, we recognize it as a key factor and risk factor to the sustainability of our healthcare system, and needs to be taken with the greatest degree of priority. Hence the launch of the manifesto to really emphasize some of the elements that were already mentioned in previous talks around promotion and prevention of disease, about early detection and diagnosis, but also of making sure that any intervention is being put in place as early as possible, and having this integrated vision towards the policies that are being put in place. And our manifesto as DBC is really emphasizing 3 key elements that I would like really to single out. Is first, the degree of prioritization of brain health, to have a very ambitious action plan at the level of the EU, supported and coordinating national brain plans. This is our second policy ask. And the third one is to have a transversal body and transversal mechanism within the European Parliament to really address brain in a transversal manner. So we as EBC, we represent the brain ecosystem, so the key organizations having a stake in that space. First and foremost, patient organization, Gambian Europe and EFNA, representing the 2 federations of people with expert experience in the field of mental health and in the field of neurological disorders, supported then by clinical and scientific societies, amongst a few that I'm sure you know, the European Academy of Neurology, the Federation of Neuroscience Society, the European Psychiatric Association, and a few others. And we work also very closely with national brain councils and industry partners in order to advocate and promote for brain health, brain research, and brain innovation at a European level. And we conduct our policy work under the angle of 4 strategic pillars: the prioritization of brain health, fostering research and innovation, improving access and outcomes, but also having this holistic and integrated approach. And actually the manifesto that I just presented to you is enshrined really around the philosophy that we have been promoting now for more than 20 years. So this work around those 4 pillars is something that we are conducting within this very intricate and overly complex mechanism of EU decision-making. Don't try and read the slides. I mean, I've left it complex on purpose, but it's really to illustrate what it means to deal with EU institutions on a daily basis, and the intrication between the Commission, the Council, the Parliament, and also the Member States. Because I'll come to that in a moment, but acting at a national level is actually key, and particularly in the current context. Because we have no momentum and a window of opportunity, and it was alluded to by Professor Battaglia, we are going to vote for the European Parliament in a couple of days in every country of the Union. The country I know best is the only one for which the vote is obligatory, so I would invite every one of you from wherever you come from to take this opportunity to make your voice heard, because otherwise others will do it on your stead. So use your vote, but make sure also that in this regard you vote for your brain and with your brain. Besides this, more importantly, is that the election is prompting an institutional mechanism that is going to dictate actually the next 5 years of mandate by the new Parliament and the new Commission that is going to be nominated. The timeline that you see above is very likely to be delayed and very likely to be changed. That's probably an overly ambitious, let's say, thread of the coming months. But this is really to exemplify the various steps that we are going to go through. And it's not only within the campaign and up to the elections that our work is actually important, but it's even more importantly afterwards, because that's where the negotiations are going to start, what the majority within the Parliament is going to look like, what is the composition of the Commission going to look like, and we have now this kind of very complex intrication of what member states are going to decide, what voters are going to decide for the composition of the next parliament, but the mandate of the next 5 years is reliant upon that whole process. And I'll give a few elements of context to say how important those 5 years are going to be. First, building on the learnings of what the mandates that is now closing has actually provided in terms of nesting health as an area where the European Commission and the European Union show a great degree of ambition and activity. And that was particularly linked to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course. But in the context of, so this picture was taken on the occasion of the speech of the European Union. So we are all probably more familiar about the speech that the President of the United States is providing in the House of Congress with the speech on the State of the Union. This speech is the State of the European Union, so provided by the President of the European Commission. And it has been quite remarkable that in a sequence of different years after each other, the World Health was actually mentioned, which was never seen and never heard before. And it was mentioned because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also because of the willingness of the Commission to really prioritize it and coming up with the concept of the European Health Union, which was unprecedented, but also calling for a very ambitious EU plan on mental health, but also coming up with, in our brain space, other elements such as the European Years of Skills, so really to demonstrate that we have a card to play over there. But what it transformed into was, and here I'll provide a few elements of policy making. First and foremost, in the public health space, the Healthier Together action plan. So really in the context of the non-communicable diseases, and you can see that one of the areas being targeted is mental health and neurological disorders. So we have now put in place a mechanism where we can discuss policies, guidelines, interventions, but also look into health determinants in a number of areas, and again, focusing on promotion, prevention, screening and detection, but also exchanging knowledge between countries and having a set mechanism for that. A second element where the brain space was recognized is in the context of Horizon Europe. So the framework program for research and innovation. And brain research, we can definitely say, is across the board in every pillar and every mechanism of funding of Horizon Europe. But there is one I would like to draw your attention to today, which is the Brain Health Partnership. So this is really a novel mechanism that is going to address brain research and prioritize brain research in a coordinated fashion. It's going to bring together all the current large-scale initiatives funding brain research, and really this kind of ambitious program of bringing together brain health, including mental health, but really with this ambition of accelerating the delivery of prevention, diagnosis, therapeutic and care solutions for the benefit of citizens, and capitalizing on previous initiatives. The idea really to provide an impetus for European brain research, but also making sure that Europe's position globally remains really, really strong. I'll really go quickly over those next slides because I've already mentioned the Healthier Together and comprehensive approach to mental health, but it's really to say that this Brain Health Partnership is nested in very close complementarity and coordination with those other initiatives. So I won't repeat what I said about the objectives of the partnership, but really to emphasize those priorities on not only access to affordable and personalized treatments, but the focus on cures and early diagnosis is actually a compelling one. This work, as I said, is going to be integrated with other initiatives, but also going to work in close synergy with the programs such as SINS under the aegis of the World Health Organization, the OECD, and other international fora. And as I said, it's going to start in the beginning of 2026. And currently we are involved in that purple box that you can see over there, the CSA Brain Health. EBC is actively engaged with national agencies to try and streamline what the legacy of the big preceding initiatives actually leveraged, the JPND, the Joint Programming on Neurodegenerative Diseases, the Human Brain Project and the eBrains infrastructure, the ERANET Neuron, as well as this other initiative that EBC led, which was called the European Brain Research Area. We are currently in the midst of, or at the end of the funding cycle of some of those initiatives, and we are really working on the start of something new and something coordinated and streamlined as we are seeking the merger of these previous initiatives. A last element about that is also the transversal nature of the partnership. So as you can see, different services of the European Commission are going to be involved. It's not only research, it's not only santé, it's also everything that relates to the digital transformation, to this world of industry and companies. Also, the private sector is going to be called, but also other sectors like employment, environment, and education. So it's really going to be an ambitious agenda there. So I mentioned the World Health Organization, so I cannot actually escape saying a word about the intersectoral global action plan on neurological disorders, because I mentioned the mandate of the European Commission, the European Parliament of being 5 years. If we make the maths, 5 years is bringing us to 2030. 2030 collides with actually the end results of the Global Action Plan, and is actually also going to give us the end date of when countries need to meet the targets of this WHO plan. So we have here momentum to really put ourselves in motion in order not only to meet the targets that are being put at the national level, but also this global action plan set by WHO. Because again, the issues being addressed are related to the key areas of attention here, being promotion, prevention, research, innovation, and also a holistic public health response by our policy environment. So this is fully integrated in the WHO vision around mental health and neurological conditions, but also responds to the vision of the WHO around the universal health coverage ambition that they have set in the past. So it's really a seminal initiative, but that is fully integrated within this vision. And step by step, we are working also with the services in order to develop the key elements of implementation of this Global Action Plan. And currently, we are working on the toolkit for the development of national brain plans by the different member countries. And it is really important because now it's coming into play with EBC's action and long-standing action, which was really to foster the work of our national brain councils in developing those plans. So you can see a number of countries that are really spearheaded this work of development of plans, but we are now, let's say, getting a bit of fresh wind in our sails with this WHO Global Action Plan to really push back to the national level in order to achieve this implementation. It is extremely important because now I'm coming back to our manifesto. Getting back at the national level is providing us with an opportunity to push again in Brussels. And we have really embedded the work of our national brain councils into the run-up of our policy campaign, because it's actually the way by which the current campaign for the EU elections is being run. It's at the national level. You are going to elect in Italy your representative to the parliament in Brussels, but for Italian constituencies. The same is going to happen in Germany, in Spain, and across the European Union. So it's extremely important that this connection actually is maintained and that this dynamic relationship is being nurtured. So this is in that spirit that we have launched the manifesto in the European Parliament back in March during the Brain Awareness Week. And since then, we have seen really a fantastic relay of information and of our priority needs via social media by a lot of like-minded partners, which you can see here for a few snapshots. And I'd like simply to address this last point in my presentation, is this concept of where we see now the emergence of a lot of these policy asks, A lot of partner organizations have done a similar exercise than EBC, launching their manifesto and raising their policy ask. And you can see here a few of them. I think it's really important to see this as this idea of launching in the air, our ambition, this idea of really being ambitious in what we can ask policymakers, but this comes with a challenge. It comes really with this challenge of being able to coordinate and being able to synergize our action. And this is exactly the work that we have now initiated. As I said, there is only so much that we can do in the context of the campaign if we want to be successful when the political negotiations are going to happen after the votes. And this is the work that we have embarked into with our member organizations, is shifting from coordination to strategy. And we have now convened like-minded organizations to join us in order to shape what the outcome is going to be, what the priority ask is going to be, and how we are going to engage with policymakers. So, as I said, this has now started, but this is a relentless and continuous effort. And I would like to basically conclude by sharing with you our experience with the EBC team, where we ran the half marathon of Brussels on Sunday last weekend. So you can see me walking a little bit in a hurtful and painful manner. But it's simply also the spirit of, if we want to go fast, we go alone. If we want to go far, we go together. And I really would like to invite every one of you to join this effort and support EBC in that process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Frederick. I think this is an important message to all of us. Of course, also in Italy, there is work going on. We have been discussing this in the Brain Week with the Neurological Society, and it is important, and this is a message for our Minister of Health, that there should be a program not only on epilepsy, because this is the first word, but for all the neurological illnesses together, because really the list is complete and is not just the first wording. Thank you. I leave to Gianluigi for the presentation.
Bene. Allora, le prossime presentazioni saranno di due persone che vivono con la malattia.
Next presentation to people that experience this disease, Elisabetta Lilli, President of the Italian Association of Optic Neuromyelitis. This is an association created recently with the support of FISM. In the past, this disease was considered to be a variation of multiple sclerosis. Now it is, we know that it is a different disease. Elisabetta, you have the floor.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Elisabetta Lilli, persona che vive con...
My name is Elisabetta Lilli. I live with this disease, but I'm here representing the whole world of these related pathologies together with multiple sclerosis. It is a great honor for me to be here and speaking about the experience of a person living with this disease. And I'd like to start by stressing the importance of seeing the patient as a person and not as just one of many other patients. As Article 32 of the Italian Constitution lays down, the Republic protects health as a fundamental right in the interest of the community and ensures that it is essential to respect the right of every citizen, and it is essential for doctors and researchers to understand that this is of fundamental importance. We, patients, people with the diagnosis of chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis, optical neuromyelitis, Morgan, and so on and so forth. We are not just clinical cases. We are individuals with specific characteristics that must be respected. When I was initially diagnosed multiple sclerosis, and then this was trained in optical neuromyelitis, I experienced terrible moments. And indeed, it is important to have early diagnosis because, you know, the uncertainty and a delay in diagnosis can, in a sense, change completely the quality of your life. This is a rare disease, and therefore there is a sort of fear and lack of knowledge, although this disease had already been identified by Dr. De Vic. I thought to be an isolated person, so to say, but then over the years there has been a completely different approach with patients, between doctors and patients. There was a time when entering into hospitals, I heard people, is there an MS or an MO, as we were just an acronym of a disease. But, you know, diagnosis is important and must be timely, but it is also crucial to be treated with the specific human approach. You know, doctors need us as we need them. And this doesn't mean that we want to mistake the roles, but this means that we must perform our role, that we must carry out our role in order to overcome the problem. In the era of artificial intelligence, the human relationship with the doctors is essential. It's not just a problem of relation with neurologists, but of all the practitioners that have a role in our daily ophthalmologists, physiotherapists, because this improves our well-being. During the period between diagnosis of multiple sclerosis and optical neuromyelitis, I felt isolated, alone. Since it is a rare disease, I was afraid that there was a lack of knowledge. But when you have an association of people founded by FISM, the Italian Association for Multiple Sclerosis, that can create a support network, I really think that I can be better assisted. You know, every flower needs a specific care, as is the case with personalized and tailored care. In these 10 years, I really personally had a different approach. We were included in projects, and researchers and doctors are ever more interested in listening to us. But this is just the beginning. All these projects must be better implemented, and it is necessary to understand that the choice of a treatment is not a marginal aspect. Access to care is essential for a good quality of life. The research activity in diagnosis and treatment is of fundamental importance, and, you know, progress in the field of research enables us to develop more targeted and tailored treatments and improve access to care, and psychological support is equally essential. Our involvement in the decision-making process and great medical support led to significant changes in treatment. We are all in the same boat. We are all involved, doctors, patients, so on and so forth. This is what we mean by holistic approach. And I like to use this metaphor, the metaphor of the circle, because the circle can encapsulate everything and shows the holistic approach that we must adopt. And it is working together that we can make the difference when we have to experience the terrible predicament of chronic diseases. Thank you. Thanks for this moving contribution for a disease that is known as malign disease, different from multiple sclerosis. But now we have new treatments, and we also have an association that assists you. Next presentation by Rachele Michelacci, Vice President of the Association of Multiple Sclerosis, second term. And she suffers from this disease and can say something in this respect. Thanks, Professor. Thanks to all of you. Before starting my presentation, I'd like to give you two interpretation keys. Whatever I'm about to say is based on a different awareness created over the past year. Now I'm much more committed to scientific research in the framework of the Italian Association for Multiple Sclerosis. And I'm saying as much because the second interpretation key that I'd like to give you is that I want to move within your comfort zone. And then if you agree, I can also accompany you in my comfort zone. We all know that diagnosis is a process characterized by phases, and therefore implies the use of cognitive faculties, skills. I'm referring to the acquisition of knowledge. Cognition, as the word says. And the skills are critical thinking, critical reasoning, analysis, in providing an accurate diagnosis, as accurate as possible. And, this leads to subdivision of parts, key parts, I would say. This also leads us to think about an effort to consider evidence and interpret this evidence so as to provide logical sense to the interpretation of this evidence and draw logical conclusions. I like to think about this mechanism of a sort of way to manage complexity, which is the same method that we use at scientific level, whereby we move from the inductive and deductive methods, from the observation to the formulation of hypotheses, the design of tests, and so on and so forth. And it is in this management of complexity we move between these two different school of thoughts and approaches. But what are we run the risk of forgetting? I'm not saying that you are certainly forgetting something. I'm not saying so. I'm just simply saying that the experimental context, the design that can lead you to forget something is important. Namely, the person with multiple sclerosis or with optical neuromyelitis. In the current era of modern medicine, based on evidence, on technology, I'm thinking about all the innovation processes that we are carrying out, namely imaging, robotics. Obviously, all these mechanisms are dominating the clinical practice scene, and clearly these two approaches have improved the clinical management of diseases from early diagnosis to treatment, tailored treatment or surgery. So I'm far from saying that this is not true. We cannot think about a medicine without this type of approaches. And may I also say that I'm aware that what I'm saying is something that you already know. There is much talk about this, and certainly you have discussed this. What I'm saying is has been well known for centuries. But the risk is that of losing sight of the individual, and be careful. It is by no mere coincidence that I use the word person, individual. You call us in different ways, patients, subjects. Sometimes we are assigned numbers. You place us in schemas, grids. Obviously, I'm not saying that you should not do so. I've clear in mind your effort to manage complexity, and I have clear in mind your difficult position. You live in a worse situation than Eve, that obviously had to. You have to try and show what was invisible, hidden. So asking you to consider us as individuals is not easy for you. I know that governing complexity may be shaken, but I wish to say that you're not alone. I'm referring to the process, to the pathway leading up to diagnosis and the communication of this diagnosis to us, patients. Incidentally, and this is not captatio benevolentia, I like to say that being diagnosed with multiple sclerosis is not pleasant, I can assure you, but I try repeatedly to be in your shoes, and I think that it is not even easy to give a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, not just receiving it. All the more so without not being taught about knowing how to provide this diagnosis, and also in a very limited time, the time of a medical examination. So I wish to reaffirm that you're not alone. We are with you, we people with multiple sclerosis with you. And if the pathway towards the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis is the starting point of a pathway, I like to challenge you to learn together that we are all together along that path, both responsible for that diagnosis. I'm just telling my experience, my story. That is apparently just one story of the many, many patients of multiple sclerosis in Italy that I'm here representing. But, you may say that from the statistical viewpoint, you're just one, and you do not represent all the multiple sclerosis patients. But, when you have to manage people, you cannot only focus on statistics. And by way of conclusion, this is my take-home message. We should understand that we can be responsible together of that diagnosis, because this co-responsibility, on the one side, relieves you, but on the other side, helps us patients to be aware of that treatment process and of that coexistence since the diagnosis of the disease. Because while it is true that the relationship between doctor and patient is based on trust and mutual respect, co-responsibility in diagnosis is a key element to strengthen this relationship and promote an approach focused on people. If I can become part of this diagnosis process and I can play a fundamental role in my treatment process, what you will help me to find, I can improve the quality of my life and of our communication. I can improve the compliance and also the outcome in terms of health, both my health and the collective health. Thanks. Thanks, Rachele, for reminding us of the centrality of the person. And, you know, once again, we carried out a lot of improvement. Now you're no longer called as patients, but as people with multiple sclerosis. And I think that this is just an improvement. Now we move to the contribution from Paola Zaratin. She is director of research of our associations. So over the last few years, she has played a fundamental role in the field of research. She has been involved in research, as stressed this morning in the introductory remarks of the President. She will talk about the science with and of patient input in the global research agenda.
Scientific meeting, and it's really a pleasure to be with you today. And so based on the call to action we have just heard, so the question is, how can we meet this call to action together? And I think that this morning I would like to discuss with you, because I need your contribution to discuss with you how we can increase, how we can invest in a new discipline to enable brain health and early diagnosis in our global research agenda. And I believe we need to invest in a new discipline, what I like to name the science with and of patient input. And I think that the MS community can offer their experience also to the global partnership in brain research moving forward based on our current achievements. So for policies and actions to have great benefit on brain health and early diagnosis, I believe that science with and of patient input, and I would say also science with citizen input, and need to be a core discipline of our multidisciplinary model from research to care, a unique ecosystem, the only one able to produce economic and health value. And this is pretty in line with the responsible research innovation principle promoted by European Commission, and something that need to be included, integrated into our strategy moving forward and our global strategy. And indeed, responsible research innovation is at the crossroad of future medicine. And I really need to give attention to this aspect. So the concept behind the thinking that underlie the citizen and patient engagement in responsible research innovation want to challenge our notion of good science as such, something that for us need attention and consideration. And argue that excellence, validity, and relevance are connected by engaging patient society in research continuum as a key stakeholder with decision-making role. And the question is, what does this mean for us? What we have to change, or what do we need to do to enable this? And as we heard from the previous speaker, Frédéric Destrebec, promising steps have been made across relevant European initiatives, specifically within the European Brain Research Agenda promoted by European Brain Council, patient involved in brain health call to action and one neurology promoted by EFNA, and eBrains, the digital European research infrastructure born from the Human Brain Project. But now it's time to have a stronger long-term commitment. And the question for you is how we can make this happen. Because we are keeping on repeating this, but how we can really translate this into action and reflect this into our future European brain health partnership strategy and global research agenda. And I'd like to focus your attention to the call to action promoted by Alzheimer Europe, EFNA, and the Global Alliance for Mental Illness of Advocacy Network that specifically claim that patients should be formally represented in setting the agenda of European health partnership, for example, with a clear and recognized role for patient organization and its governance, and I would say for patients. The research funders should place a great emphasis on the role and need, for example, for patient voice in application and the extent to which patients have been or are being involved in development of the project proposal. But the question is how. And as well, the concept of engagement of patients at every level of research to speed up the progress is at the core of our global research strategy promoted by, as Mario said before, Professor Battaglia said before, promoted by our multiple sclerosis societies. So if you look into science, because we are speaking about new science, we're speaking about new discipline here. For me, meet the call to action will means to translate this into the new discipline. And if you look into science, the debate about patient engagement has dramatically increased in the last 10 years, and especially during the last years. But also we are quite okay on why we need to invest in this science. It's still a question mark how to reach this goal. And early in the last century, a bit of history, patients began to mobilize and accelerate research for particular conditions. I like to quote the movement of HIV and AIDS that is still a model, a case study, important case study. And it's interesting because starting from that case study was very important. This movement showed patients that it's not only enough to question the status quo, but they have to work hard to present well-funded alternatives. So, and this is important message, The other example, today, the role of patient as permeate R&D landscape, extending from far beyond from traditional model of funding research and donations, and we are fully aware of this, also in MS field. And the past year has ushered in a perfect storm of policy initiative in biochemical research and opportunity for patient engagement. But I think that now, and I hope you would agree with me, it's time to move from an extension of patient advocacy to science of patient input. It's something different, something that we need to develop together and to understand how, in order to be able to really be really able to meet the brain health and early diagnosis goals. And the definition of science with and of patient input, our definition of science with and of patient input, belong to European project that Italian MS Society has coordinated with other very important partner that is in this room, that is European Brain Council. And in this model, the patient engagement strategy is not a standalone strategy. This is important because it's empowered by other two concepts that we need participatory governance criteria. It's not only a business of patient or patient organization, it's a responsibility of all the stakeholders, and need to be empowered by a multi-dimensional assessment model of impact of research. If we are good in engaging patients, we will be use data generated by patients that will have a high content of validity. In this model, patients need to be involved not in any kind of research priority, but when they can increase the impact of research as any other stakeholders. The governance model is a model that integrates heterogeneity in perspective, and we care about their experiential knowledge. We don't want expert patient, as Rachele said very well before. And we have a unique opportunity to measure impact of research by using patient-generating data. And we are very pleased that multi-act, I don't want to have the ambition to say multi-act project or multi-act model, but multi-act-like model have been considered are into the discussion of the European document that will lead us towards the future European policy agenda. And I'm also very pleased to see that the multi-act-like approach has been acknowledged during the Global Summit meeting in New York on Pathway to Cures by all the stakeholders present as a model that need to lead us to the future global research agenda. So, to fulfill a prediction that this science with and of patient input is a need, and is not only a social, is a scientific need for brain health and early diagnosis in global research. I'd like to quickly make some consideration, as also introduction from the speaker that will follow, that I'm sure will give insights and important content of validity to meet this opportunity and challenge. So there is a continued demand to move towards predictive, preventive, and personalized medicine, and this call for a new concept of value of humanism from research care. Personal value is one of the key pillars of the value-based healthcare approach, and digital technology is the method at the service of this paradigm shift, and if we will be able to enable this renewed concept of value. We need to generate and develop an European health data space, and probably global data space, and the engagement of patients will be fundamental. Science with and of patient input will be fundamental to barcode brain disorders, and the patient will play an important role to bridge rights to health with right to privacy. That today is a big barrier to the secondary use of data from database and European or global database. We need to use science with patient input to highlight, to unmask the hidden indicator of MS, to enable the holistic approach needed to identify progression early from research to care. Neuronal technologies, they will be fundamental for brain health and fundamental for early diagnosis, but it's very important to enable science with enough patient input to enable the uptake of this neurotechnology into clinical practice. If we think about artificial intelligence, it can provide important answer towards brain health and preventive treatment if patient will be incorporated into the development of artificial intelligence paradigm that is very important, that won't result in paternalism algorithm. We need to enable this science with patient input to enable equity, diversity, and inclusion that are fundamental research skills. And science with patient input is important to measure impact of research and care. Also on digital care, data on preference and acceptability of digital care and digital device will be instrumental to enable the uptake into clinical practice. So there is a challenge, there is a big challenge that is enable ensuring representative in this exercise. And Multi-Act offers this engagement coordination team governance body that have the ambition to move from expert patient contribution towards a broader patient community contribution. It's very important, and we will hear important insights later on. It's very important that we are able to evaluate experience and expectation of a representative community across different experiential knowledge. And when we are speaking about representative, we mean a sufficient number and type of people are included in the engagement of activity to ensure that those engagement can speak on behalf of the target population. And importantly, an effort to meet a representative target for an engagement that is different from statistical significance. So perhaps this should lead us to rethink about statistical significance in clinical trial design from research to care. And this is time to do it, and in order to weight the perspective of and to enable personalized approach. Where we are testing us in enabling science within our patient input in different national and international initiatives. You will hear today about the excellent experience of PROM's engagement coordination team. And to conclude, I wanted to say that the Italian Multiple Sclerosis Society fully expressed the core role of science within of patient input. The project and results that we are presenting in our barometer of this year show how we are engaging in integrating responsible research principle in line with the European Commission Research Agenda, National Research Program, and EU election documents. And we believe that with your help, we will be able to integrate science with patient, or with science within our patient input in our global research agenda and in future global brain partnership initiative towards preventive and personalized treatment. I'd like to finish by thanking who is already important supporters, already important organization that is believing in this transformation. And we hope that last year we will be here to show evidence that we are able to fully integrate this science into our agenda and into the future European and global research agenda. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paola. There are some questions to Paola, but also to the previous speakers. If from the audience there are some questions, some points that you want to raise. Paola, do you think that the involvement of patients in the research programs must be in every part of the development of a program of research, or is more important in some part, for example, in the design of the study or in the description of the results? What do you think about?
So in line with the multi-act approach, I think that we need to share a project research agenda with all the stakeholders and identify the area where patient can contribute and where the engagement of patient will increase the impact of research. And have also indicators to show over time that this is the case. So usually the history tells us that setting the priority and communicating research is the aspect where patients feel to be more comfortable. But I believe that moving forward, for example, clinical trial design or uptake of digital technology will show us that their contribution is fundamental to increase the impact of research.
Okay, thanks. A question there?
Thank you very much, Paola. I was curious to know whether there are any studies that already give us, an idea of what the benefit of patients' inclusion. I'm sure there is a big benefit, but I wonder whether there are already numbers, studies that have been performed, not only, of course, on MS, but also on other diseases, highlighting the clear benefit of involving patients from the very, very beginning of the study.
There are many evidence, also in-house evidence, if I can use this expression, because, for example, Progressive MS Alliance is already engaging patients. Here, I think we are testing us in a slightly different discipline, and I would like to ask you to wait this afternoon for the presentation of the PROMS initiative case studies.
Okay, thank you, Paola, and we can go ahead. Paola, if you want to introduce the next presentation.
Okay. It's really my pleasure and honor to introduce Powell Sieboda. Powell is founder and director of Neurosanctuary, a brain health policy hub, as well as senior fellow for neurotechnology at the International Center for Future Generation, senior advising fellow at the European Policy Center, and senior advisor for brain health at FIBRA. He's co-founder of the Brain Capital Alliance and member of the board of advisor and European Mediterranean Economists Association. And more importantly, is the former Director of General Human Brain Project and Chief Executive Officer of eBrain, that, as I mentioned before, was pioneering in fostering the development of the digital technology in the brain research agenda. So it's my pleasure to ask Paul to gain the podium, and he will give us an important presentation regarding emerging technological and data system in human brain agenda.
Thank you very much, Paola. I need to recover the device. Thank you so much, Paola, for this kind introduction and for the invitation to today's Congress. The Italian MS Society is a point of reference for all of us in Europe and globally in the debate about the future of brain health policy and in the debate about the proper inclusion of patients in research. And I will come back to this during my presentation. I've been asked to speak about the emerging European data ecosystem on the one hand, and also about the European neurotechnology platform and how also the multi-act experience is being now integrated in practical terms in both of these areas. So let me start with saying a few words about the significance of large data. I mean, today's Congress is focusing on rethinking the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And there is no moving of the needle in better diagnosis without better use of data, and especially large data. It has to do with heterogeneity of the disease with regards to symptoms, sites of damage, and also the disease trajectory. We see that there is lack of strict correspondence between lesions on nerve fibers and patients' symptoms. So this is already a factor which points towards the great value of large data. And in some patients, as we know, subtle symptoms are present already several years before the diagnosis. Therefore, quantifying them at the population scale becomes all the more important, because we need to define the prodromal phase rigorously, and we need to know when the onset of the inflammatory phase takes place. There are already some very, of course, meaningful and valuable studies being done with the use of large data. I would like to reference a recent one performed by the Paris-based Institut du Cerveau, which showed on a population scale again that the frequency of different conditions such as depression or urinary tract infections is associated with later onset of multiple sclerosis, with the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, to be more precise. So in other words, the prodromal phase can now be identified, but we also need, of course, early detection tools in order to make this meaningful in clinical practice. And this will be of particular relevance for populations with high risk of the disease, because it could give an early warning, hence modifying the interventions which are recommended. All this large data research is taking place in the context of ongoing breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, for which brain research is, I would say, a perfect territory, because there is so much data. There is a rising demand for data, especially brain scans, given the demographic trends. Therefore, we very much need the new generation AI algorithms to extract meaning from the data. So AI will be a companion of the clinician, of the researcher, in looking for the right types of clues. And what is also super important is that there is now an emergence of new products with AI tools, but linked to high reliable databases. And these AI tools can help us to understand better both the image analysis as well as the multi-domain data sets. And now what is really important is that we create a more complete data ecosystem. And I'm extremely pleased to hear about the Italian efforts, and there will be a presentation very soon about that. I will not dare to mention the Italian context in your presence, but I'm very pleased that you are thinking in Italy all the time about how to link what's going on here with the efforts at the European level. Because what matters is that we have representative cohorts. So this study, which I mentioned from the Paris-based Institut du Cerveau, uses data from the UK's Health Improvement Network. There are, of course, registries in some countries, not in all. They are sometimes more useful for large data studies, sometimes less. So, for example, the German MS registry is really focused on neurological care providers, so it doesn't capture the entire spectrum of data which is needed. And also in many countries there is no legal obligation to report multiple sclerosis like there is to report cancer. So that also prevents the relevant nationwide coverage. We definitely need better coordination of longitudinal cohorts in Europe in order to make this resource available for research that will genuinely allow us to rethink the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And I will zoom in on one particular promise for the future years, namely the European Health Data Space, which is a greatly ambitious project currently undertaken at the European level, which, if we prepare for it properly, can be very important in advancing the research, including on multiple sclerosis. So what I would posit is that we need a use case to be tested also with the European Health Data Space, which is currently not the case because in the pilot work which is going on, there's no use case relating to brain health, not to say anything about multiple sclerosis itself. So in April, so a month ago, the European Health Data Space legislation was adopted. This is extremely important because there are really two sides to the coin here. There is the legislative work and there is the practical implementation of work. And the legislative is important because EHDS does not replace the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, but allows the GDPR to be, let's say, more practical in its use for research. And it covers primary and secondary use of data. It was hailed by the Vice President of the European Commission as real revolution in European medical history. So there is clearly, you can sense from the language, there is clearly a lot of significance being attached to this project. In the area of primary care, it can help us to move towards outcome-based healthcare. And outcome-based healthcare would, of course, change the assumptions from the current fee-for-service model towards a model in which we can compare better outcomes and reward the ones which actually produce results. As we know, hospitals produce an unbelievable amount of data, estimated at 50 petabytes per year by the World Economic Forum already a couple of years ago, so it must be more today. And a great part of this treasure trove remains completely unavailable for research because it is hidden in inaccessible reports. So well-structured data is essential for being able to arrive at this outcome-based healthcare because it would provide the transparency needed to compare results. Interestingly, there is an extremely high level of interest in brain health and brain testing at the level of the population, among the public. So a recent study has shown that over 91% of respondents are prepared to take a brain health test. It was not specified what type of a test this would be, but I think it's indicative of the type of openness that exists among the public to treat our brain health more seriously. And 98% are in fact prepared to change the lifestyle if required as a result. So I think it's a great promise to advance also this positive brain health agenda in the future. Now, coming back to the European Health Data Space, it was put in place in order to solve a number of problems. And these problems have to do primarily with the fragmentation of data sets, because they come from different data sources, they are of different quality, they are governed by different regimes, they have different access policies. So this creates a natural barrier to primary and secondary use of health data, secondary use being that for research. So you can look at the legal aspects, you can look at also security aspects, both privacy related and cybersecurity. And interoperability, because all these data sets sit in different ecosystems, in different hospitals, which have their own governance regimes. And of course, there's also differences in data quality, right? The data is annotated very differently. So this is the reality that the European Health Data Space aims to address. And there is the legislation now approved in April, as we saw, but there's also practical work going on to prepare for the implementation of the EHDS, because there is a pilot in place. And it's been going on already for a couple of years. It brings together in a network of nodes the main providers, but also data authorization bodies from across Europe, some of the EU agencies, and that's important because they are the demandeurs for data, and research infrastructures, so the platforms that have been built in Europe to work with data. There is the testing of the user journey. I'll come back to this in a moment, enabling researcher to send a query into the system. And if these words of Vice President of the European Commission, Skinas, are to be taken literally, when he spoke about the revolution would mean that you could request any data sets across Europe that you would like to obtain. And through this European Health Data System data space, you would be able to obtain all the data sets that you need in one click. Right? Of course, it would take a while. It's not in one click literally, because there would have to be authorization, etc. But this process would allow you to get the results. So indeed, in its assumption, it is revolutionary, and we should keep our fingers crossed that the implementation will also follow. So when I say that the user journey is being tested, it is literally from A to Z. So it is about the data holder preparing all the descriptions that are needed for the data sets, uploading them into the system. It is about the compliance being checked, and the minimum info that is required for each data set that is to be available is also then verified at this stage. So there will be national data set catalogs, and there will be also a federation of European catalogs. And at the moment, the latest milestone in the EHDS pilot is to come up with a common data application form. So again, there is a lot of harmonization to be done along this way, but it is necessary work in order to make this revolution happen. So again, the latest step in this direction is to have common data application form, and this includes also a data request parameters that are needed. Now, my second topic for today has to do with promoting innovation in the brain space more broadly, and I will come to the patient inclusion and the importance of multi-act living on beyond the end of the project, if I can put it that way. And I will reference a particular undertaking which is called the European Neurotechnology Medicine Platform. It's a novel way of organizing different actors in this field due to the interdisciplinary nature of neurotechnology, which probably goes beyond anything you can now see in other areas of technology, because you need so much of the computational experience, you need so much engineering, you need brain science, of course, and you need the patient inclusion. I mean, I remember in the Human Brain Project, when we worked on the computational models for the spinal cord implants, which are now being tested at the Polytechnic of Lausanne. So a phenomenal step forwards in treating patients with paralysis, allowing people to start walking again within 24 hours. But it really started back in 2016 and 2017 with developing computational models. And several years down the road, you can see the result. So the aim is to, as I would say, nucleate developments in the pre-competitive space. And what I mean by that is that instead of reinventing the wheel, instead of every team going about different challenges on its own, we can try to do it together in the pre-competitive space on this platform. So the model would combine the scientific experience and creativity of academia with the engineering input and talent, and of course with the clinicians and patients' knowledge. The solution that is envisaged is a modular one, meaning that you could take any aspect that is being worked on and apply it in your own research. And what is needed also to make this work is early feasibility studies to make sure that the technologies are thoroughly tested for safety and clinical operability. And this is important because although we have the medical device regulation in Europe, it is not domain specific, meaning it doesn't cover neurotechnology on its own right. Neurotechnology would be covered as a high-risk area, but there is no real focus on what it means. And I would claim that the brain differs to other organs in a significant way, so it should be looked in a specific fashion because there are issues around identity, autonomy, and integrity that have to be addressed. So these are some of the technological challenge that would be addressed together. So they have to do with the wireless data and power transfer. It is needed to enable really the operation of these high-resolution devices. The precision of neurotechnology devices is a function of resolution. And in order to get there, we need further research on wireless data and power transmission. There is need for research with respect to how to package these devices in the body to ensure their longevity. We need to know more about electrode technology in order to have microelectrodes in their hundreds or thousands in the future, because again, this will create the right level of impact. We need to know more about the immunological and non-immunological responses of the neural tissue. And lastly, but certainly not least importantly, we also need to look at other forms of actuation than the electrical currents, such as photobiomodulation, integrated optics, or ultrasound. And all these techniques are meaningful with respect to, well, decreasing the invasiveness of neurotechnology devices. So these are some of the technological challenges that this platform approach would address. Neuroethics is extremely important, and I'm focusing on that in my work at the International Center for Future Generations, where we look at the risks that neurotechnology can bring and how to address them. Of course, the moral case is greatly strong because neurotechnology addresses some of the most debilitating human conditions. But implications have to be well understood. And the European Union has spent the last few years debating the AI Act and its focus on, and AI's focus on identity, autonomy, integrity. The same issues are relevant, but in a much more significant way in neurotechnology. And we need to have a good understanding of it, and we need to have good approaches towards it. The additional risk is posed by the convergence of AI and neurotechnology. So it's not just the ethical requirements of neurotechnology on its own or AI on its own. The convergence of the two creates new types of ethical challenges, and therefore new governance frameworks are needed. And this brings me to the patient at the table and in a team, which is really the motto that we have taken directly from Multi-Act and from your work at the Italian MS Society. I see a significant shift across the brain health area from disease focus to patient focus, with the question being asked, what is meaningful for the patient? So the emphasis is more on symptoms than on the disease classification per se. And it is all about patients having the right access to information as well to be able to make their decisions in a fully conscious and self-aware and knowledge-grounded fashion. It is also about integrating and capturing the experiential knowledge of patients. And here Multi-Act is the ready-made framework with regards to how to perform participatory and anticipatory approaches. I think the next step, and Paola has already outlined a very ambitious global strategy, in fact. The next step, which I would like to put on the table today, is connected, associated with the fact that thinking about the new European research framework program is slowly starting. Not that slowly, in fact, even though it's still a little bit ahead of us. And what I think is very important is to make sure that embedding patient researchers becomes a norm in Horizon Europe projects. Because it is only when the patients will be genuinely embedded in research projects that they will be given the seat at the table and in the team, that there will be also budgets associated with what it takes. So I would really plea for a joint call to action addressed to the European stakeholders with reference to this very aspect of how the future research framework at the European level will be formulated. It is, after all, 100 billion euro that we are talking about, and a lot of that goes into health research. So it would be extremely relevant to draw on your immense expertise and put forward this suggestion in the coming months. I will finish with reference to what I think these steps are taking us towards. And there are two aspects that I would like to mention in the interest of time. One relates to the idea of brain health status tracking, which I think is also coming our way because we need to quantify brain health in a different way than it is being done right now. So instead of relying on individual markers, we have to quantify an aggregate reading of brain health status. And this will play a super important role also in the future risk reduction programs, where individualized treatments will then be possible. And the second sort of vision of the future that I would put forward has to do with new generation brain health services. I think we have too fragmented and patchy environment in the brain health area a lot of the times, while we have breakthrough treatments emerging in multiple sclerosis, in other disorders such as dementia. Well, there is not a sufficient level of preparedness of the health systems for meeting this challenge. So a new generation brain health infrastructure is needed, similar to the one that was built in cancer care. There is a need for the protocols and monitoring systems that have to come with it. The rollout of new biomarkers needs to be taken care of also in primary care, because this is where it becomes impactful. And of course, we also need guidelines of communications with patients, as we have heard before. So I think it's an extremely important and exciting moment in brain health. There are lots of developments, and we need to be able to aggregate them properly with the patient in a team and at a table, as our continued wisdom from the Italian MS Society tells us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paola, for this comprehensive and interesting presentation. Thank you so much for having already taken co-responsibility for progressing science with and of patient people into the European future agenda, brain agenda. And there is any question for Paola? Okay. Would you like to? Okay.
Thank you very much for your great talk. I'm Letizia Leocani, and I work for EMA as chair of the expert panel for devices for the central and peripheral nervous system. And we give technical advice, even clinical advice, to companies that need to certify devices. But I think we miss the opinion of patients, like even on the shape of the device and where, if they prefer a more invasive tool or a less invasive, but they have to take care more. And I think these things should not be on a volunteer basis by the company. I think this should be requested by regulators. So I wonder your opinion about this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It is true that we need patient involvement in the development and the design of the devices themselves. That's where it really starts. I see important steps in this direction, meaning more and more research teams have integrated patient input in a very organic fashion. In what I suggested, I believe, this is a tricky microphone, I think we should structure this involvement better and make it a systemic part of how we do research, right? Because I think this goes in the direction of your question, and really has to be from the very early. Is it here? Oh, it's the other one. Oh, yes, well, this is what technology brings to us, right? So it really has to be from the very beginning of the ideation phase about a new device. So namely the question, what condition is it responding to? Is it addressing the right symptoms? What is the meaningfulness of that for the patient? All the way to how it is authorized and how it is offered the green lights to be on the market. I mean, my point with reference to medical device regulation in the EU is that, well, it is non-specific. So all the devices, it's generic, right? So all devices are in the same bag, whether they relate to the brain or whether they relate to the knee. Well, there is a certain advantage of having generic rules that you don't have the fragmentation. But the other side of the coin is that you need very particular expertise, and you need the patients to be involved in the process. I would subscribe wholeheartedly to your observation and your point, and I would take it one step further, namely that we should actually make it part of the systemic guidelines for medical device authorization.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. We can go ahead with the next presentation that will be by Professor Kiel Morten-Meyer. He's director of the NeurosysMed Research Center of Excellence for Clinical Therapy of Neurological Disease, and he is also head of the Department of Clinical Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, University of Bergen, Norway, and professor of neurology at University of Bergen, Norway. He published a lot about multiple sclerosis, especially in more than 300 articles and book chapters. The presentation will be on targeting Epstein-Barr virus infection for prevention of MS progression, the case of EBVU MS EU project. Please.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and also I will also thank the organizer for inviting me to this very interesting and important symposium. And I would also from the very beginning say that the partnership in this project with the Italian MS Society and implementing the multi-act system into the funding application, I think that has been a success factor for this project. The outline of my talk is that I will briefly discuss the background of the association of EBV in multiple sclerosis, and then focus on the project, and then also at the end discuss the clinical treatment trials related to EBV in MS in this project. EBV, or Epstein-Barr virus, has been discussed as a causal factor in multiple sclerosis for almost 50 years. This is a paper in the early 1980s from Warner and Karp, suggesting or pointing to the similarities between infectious mononucleosis and multiple sclerosis, focus on the typical age at onset, the typical geographic distribution, and influenced by migration patterns, and also a possible association to the socioeconomic status. This paper was followed later on by several studies showing that patients with multiple sclerosis had more frequently a history of EBV infection. In fact, all patients with multiple sclerosis have a history of EBV compared to control populations. And the other thing was that patients with multiple sclerosis had a higher concentration or titer of EBV antibodies compared to the controls. This was also shown by our research group, showing that all patients with MS had a history of EBV infection, but the challenge was that more than 95% of the controls also had a history of EBV infection. So it was clearly that not all EBV infected persons will develop multiple sclerosis. Professor Riese in our research group made a nice study in the early 1990s showing that persons that later developed multiple sclerosis in life had lived significantly closer to each other during the years 13 to 20, meaning the same period for infectious mononucleosis. And the research group of Alberto Asqueri at Harvard showed later that persons that have been exposed for EBV and developed infectious mononucleosis had a doubled risk of developing multiple sclerosis compared to other common viral diseases. The really breakthrough publication was presented 2 years ago by Alberto Asqueri's group, together with Kjetil Bjørnevik and Marianna Crotese at the picture, both PhD students in our research group, now working with Alberto Asqueri at Harvard. They took advantage of this American military cohort, focusing on persons negative for EBV infection at baseline, and followed them, especially those that develop multiple sclerosis later in the course. And they showed that all persons that at baseline were negative for EBV infection that later developed multiple sclerosis, all seroconverted to EBV positive status before they developed multiple sclerosis, as you can see on the upper part of on the right side of the slide. And this was not the case for seroconversion for other viral diseases, here exemplified by cytomegalovirus. They also showed that persons converting to EBV positive status and developed multiple sclerosis had a higher level of neurofilament light chain concentration in the blood, indicating tissue destruction in the central nervous system, and that was only present after the infection with Epstein-Barr virus. And those persons that also seroconverted to EBV positive status that did not develop multiple sclerosis did not show such an increase in the neurofilament light chain concentration in the blood. So they concluded that MS is a rare complication to the common infection of EBV. Now, when we have established that EBV infection is a prerequisite for developing multiple sclerosis, then the question is, does EBV only initiate the immune response that initiate the MS disease course, and perhaps is not involved in the later development of the disease? Or is it so that EBV infection is also involved in the further development of the disease, as illustrated on this slide? On the upper left, we can see that EBV initiates an autoimmune response that starts the disease. And on the upper right, the EBV infection is also present in the further development of the disease. This paper is written by an immunologist focusing on celiac disease that is triggered by the gluten in the diet. In that case, if we can remove the gluten from the diet, then we can control the disease. And it would be very interesting if it's also the case for multiple sclerosis. If we can control the viral infection, can we then also control the MS disease? This is the basic background for our project EBV in MS, targeting the EBV infection for prevention of multiple sclerosis. We know from the study of Alberto Ascari that the primary happening in the development of multiple sclerosis is the primary EBV infection. And then we know there is a susceptibility period that lasts from different persons to the development of multiple sclerosis only in a few cases of the EBV infected persons. And then the appearance of the clinical established disease and further disease development. We know also that there is an interplay with different causal factors upon the primary EBV infection that influence the susceptibility period for the development of the MS disease, including environmental factors like smoking, vitamin D, and overweight, and probably also other factors, in addition to the genetic background of the host, and also probably the genetic background of the virus. And when we have the established MS disease, we also know the experience that the further disease development is modified by different disease-modifying therapies. Our project aimed to study these factors in these different phases of the disease, environmental factors influencing the susceptibility period, viral and host genetic factors in the same period. We also aiming for defining the immunological profile, showing the mechanism of how the EBV infection later develops into multiple sclerosis. And in the multiple sclerosis phase of the disease, the clinical phase of the disease, we aim to perform clinical treatment trials targeting the EBV infection and study biomarkers of treatment response. And the ultimate goal is to define risk profiles for developing multiple sclerosis during the susceptibility period, and also develop new treatment and prevention strategies. The project includes 15 partners. It's a 5-year project that started in December last year. We received funding of 7 million euro that is divided among the partners, and we have 8 work packages of 5 scientific work packages that include work package 2 on the upper left part that focus on randomized clinical trial to study if targeting EBV infection in persons with multiple sclerosis can influence the EBV infection itself, and then later also study if such a strategy can also influence the MS disease progression. Work package 3 on the upper right include epidemiological studies by the group of Alberto Ascari at Harvard, focusing on factors active in the susceptibility period. They will take advantage of high-quality registry from Norway and Sweden, focusing on data available on the initiation of the EBV infection and later health data collected during the susceptibility phase. We will also include data from prescription registry to study if there is any evidence of early treatments that may influence this susceptibility period, and do emulated targeted trials that may define new compounds that can be implemented in the clinical trial work packages. Work package 4 include immunology studies at Karolinska in Stockholm, aiming at defining the immunological markers, learning us about the mechanism why the EBV infection developed into multiple sclerosis among a few persons. And they will also include biological or immunological analysis of data generated from the clinical trials to define treatment biomarkers. Work package 5 include genetic analysis of the viral genome and the host genome and interaction between those, and also define risk factors for developing multiple sclerosis from the primary EBV infection, and also include analysis of samples from the clinical trial to define biomarkers for treatment response. And finally, we will merge all the data generating a prediction model for the high risk of developing multiple sclerosis, validate that model, and implement methods for primary prevention. And then I will focus a couple of slides on the work package 2 on clinical trial, focusing on targeting the EBV infection in MS patients. We will take advantage of data indicating that tenofovir alafenamide, TAF, may have possible beneficial effects in multiple sclerosis based on in vitro studies indicating that this drug potentially inhibit the EBV-lytic DNA replication that is present in reactivation of the chronic infection that established in persons with multiple sclerosis. There are also a couple of case reports indicating that this medicine may be beneficial in stabilizing the disease activity in persons with multiple sclerosis. Normally, this medication is included in a treatment strategy for HIV-infected persons and also for hepatitis B. We will have a two-step approach, first investigating if this treatment is able to influence the EBV infection in persons with multiple sclerosis, and the next step to see if this treatment also influence the disease activity later on in the disease course. We have called it a TAF1 study and a TAF2 study. TAF1 study will randomize patients for either 25 milligram of TAF or placebo for 6 months, and the patients will be followed by blood sampling, saliva sampling, clinical examination, and imaging for those 6 months. And the primary outcome is to study if the EBV infection is influenced in the persons with multiple sclerosis as evaluated by EBV shedding in the saliva. Samplings from the trial will also undergo immunological and genetic analysis to define biomarkers for treatment response. This trial was initiated in January this year, and by June we hopefully have included half of the target population, and the recruitment will be completed in the early fall this year. So far there has been no side effects and no safety concerns. Persons with MS aged 80 to 60 years with a relapsing remitting disease course treated with natalizumab are included, and they should also have evidence of shedding of EBV in the saliva before inclusions. 7 hospitals in Norway are participating in this study. The results will probably be available next year in April or May next year. The next step would be to design a larger study, and the study design is in progress, and add this medication as an add-on to an established disease-modifying therapy in relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. And we will include patients in Norway and probably also as well in Sweden, Italy, and Spain. And then there will be a primary endpoint of evaluating MS disease activity, defined as new MRI disease activity. This study will hopefully initiate in next year at about this time point in the spring. And the primary outcome be, as I said, MRI disease activity. And if the intervention is planned to be this tenofovir drug, but if any other candidates are coming up, we will also evaluate such candidates. And of course, the sampling will undergo immunological analysis as well as genetic analysis to define treatment biomarkers. And again, back to the overall goal of the project, we aim to define a new treatment strategy for hopefully prevention and also disease-modifying effects in those persons with already established multiple sclerosis disease, and even perhaps prevent further disease activity. As I mentioned, we have 15 partners in the project with researchers from Norway, Sweden, the USA, Italy, Spain, and also the Italian MS Society and the European MS platform. Thank you for the attention.
Thanks for the nice presentation. Any questions from the audience? Giancarlo?
Thank you very much. Extremely interesting topic. Are you using any enrichment strategy in the clinical trial in order to facilitate to reveal the efficacy? For example, those patients who got MS after having had the mononucleosis infection, behavior might be a bit different from those who had the MS but not associated, and there are other genetic aspects, as you said.
Yeah. Actually, we haven't thought about that, but that may be a nice suggestion for further studies. This TAF1 first part of the trial, we are focusing on to analyze if it's possible to influence the EBV infection, but your suggestion may be taken into this design of this TAF2 trial, if it's possible to define at least a clinical presentation of infectious mononucleosis. Yeah. That's a nice suggestion.
How do you explain the profound effect of intense immunosuppression in multiple sclerosis and the EBV story? It is only, just a trigger of autoimmunity, but we know that the intense immunosuppressive treatment is very effective.
Yes, but at least, yes, that's a paradox, but I think we can control the inflammatory part that is promoted by the this EBV infection and the EBV mechanism, but we are not able to cure the disease. I think there is an increasing knowledge about this chronic active inflammation. Although we are able to control the inflammatory phase of the disease, another aspect of this disease pathogenesis with the chronic low-grade inflammation, we are not able to control by the available immunotherapy. So it may be that we can control some part of the disease by the immunosuppressant and the disease-modifying therapy, but not the basic mechanism behind the disease. And that may be perhaps the EBV part of the story.
Other questions? If not, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I don't see. Okay, over there is another question.
Hi. I was wondering, are you only typing the viral genome of EBV, or are you checking the effect on cell proliferation?
Yes, that I didn't get into detail, but we will also analyze those biomarkers in collaboration with the Swedish group at Karolinska. Yeah. Did they see the cytotoxic T cell control over the EBV infected B cells? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next speak will be by Professor Marco Salvetti, that is a professor of neurology at the Sapienza University of Rome. He's the head of the Department of Neuroscience in Rome, director of the Neurology and Stroke Unit at Sant'Andrea Hospital. And he also is deeply involved in multiple sclerosis and FISM, different activities. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you, Professor Mancardi. We are running a little bit late, so I will try to spare some time. And also, I will be able to spare some time because many of the talks that we have heard this morning somehow deal with what I'm going to illustrate today, especially with respect to the context we are moving with this barcoding MS project. Then I will provide an update of our work in progress about this, and then what should be, in our opinion, and this will be hopefully object of discussion in the next days, a to-do list for improving and implementing further the project. So we are somehow overwhelmed about the importance of artificial medicine, artificial intelligence in medicine, also from very traditional journals like New England Journal of Medicine. So we are reminded every day about this. And we must say that in Italy, thanks to the work of many excellent researchers, but also to the catalyzing work of the Italian Multiple Sclerosis Society, there is an ideal environment for implementing studies that take advantage of artificial intelligence and related functions. We have registries, as we have heard, about clinical data, MRI data, genetics, prompts, and so on. But, you know, it doesn't mean that since we have been able to build so many initiatives and also get important publications and successes and advancements with these tools, this doesn't guarantee tomorrow's results, especially in such a complex and fastly moving field, such as the one that in other nations is being addressed in a very, very, very effective way. The first example that comes to mind is, of course, the UK Biobank. I think everybody who reads Nature, Science, or Cell knows that every week there is a paper that has been completed thanks to the UK Biobank, but there are also other initiatives in other countries. And actually there is a kind of a race all over the world in trying to establish these big databases. The race is based on numerosity, first of all, which is for sure something that it is important, but it is not the only axis relevant for these initiatives. In fact, there is numerosity, but there is also depth of phenotyping or longitudinal follow-up. And very often they contrast. I mean, if you have big numerosity, then your depth of phenotyping, it will be difficult to still maintain this depth, for example, or it is difficult to maintain a longitudinal follow-up of your cohort. So where does the barcoding MS project places itself in this scenario? Where if we can put together all the initiatives that are already existing here, I think we are very, very well placed. Let's try to imagine where we can stay here, because, you know, as I said, number of participants is good, but then you suffer from deep phenotyping, okay, for example. So you cannot have all. Where can we place barcoding MS? I think we could place it here. So I think it's quite well placed in the international scenario. Why? The number of participants is expected to be an important one. Depth of phenotyping is for sure something that is very competitive with respect to other databases, because we will have very detailed genetic data, very detailed MRI data, and so on. So for many aspects, it will be a very important and relevant initiative. And also, we have heard that there are also many other possible synergies, like those with the European Health Data System, for example, that will for sure further improve our effort and the results that will be obtained through this effort. So where are we now? We started, as many of you know, a collaboration with Opda Systems. That Opda System is a subsidiary of Alma Wave, and we have now started working also with Alma Wave, and moving from the feasibility study to the design of the system under the supervision of Professor Maurizio Lanzerini. And this slide, at least this part of the slide, both these parts of the slides, you know already. This has been enriched. I will not go into details, but this is how the clinical data will populate this repository, as well as the genetics data, MRI data, and so on. There are some new improvements in the design compared to last year. The first one is that we have realized that we can actually still use the Italian MS registry. We had begun thinking that the barcoding MS, the clinical data, we could use only the new ones, newly diagnosed patients prospectively included. But then we have realized that the FISM data can be used as well, And this is, in my opinion, a strong improvement because we will lose almost nothing. Why do I say almost? First, also, it will be easier because if we entry the data through FISM, it will not be a burden to the MS Center to perhaps input data twice, okay? It's already a big burden to input data in the FISM project, so we don't want to give further work to the clinical work. So as I was saying, the patients that are already in the FISM database will be able to be transferred and visible also in barcoding if and when the requisites that will allow this transfer will be fulfilled. MRIs will also be included, not only the images, but also the MRI reports. And of course, here we will need work with our radiologists and neuroradiologists colleagues, trying to, of course, homogenize images and reports according, most probably, with the Magnis guidelines. Genetics may be a little bit easier and PROMs as well. The important thing, and this is also another progress, is that all the data will be collected into a so-called data lake. Data lake, which is a, data lake is different from a data warehouse. If you collect data in a data warehouse, you collect the data and you already modify, you give already a scheme to the data when you put them in your repository. In a data lake, you will input the data as they are, but then change them when you are going to analyze. This is, of course, an automated process that the neurologist and the researcher doesn't have to do, but has several advantages. And one advantage is, for example, that it is very flexible, because now we have data from genetics, MRI, and so on, but in the future, we may have also other kind of data, for example, from wearables. And this approach guarantees that the modularity of the system. Last important progress, in my opinion, is what we will be able to do with this barcoding MS. First of all, there is something that we are not able to do now with the FISM, because we can trace, for example, let's imagine that we have a patient on a given therapy. We will be able to compare how this patient is doing, for example, with respect to other patients all over Italy with the same therapy, possibly with similar MRIs. We can give the parameters of the patient and then compare it to others. We can also explore hypotheses, okay? We can not compare a single patient, but we can also ask the system, okay, I want these patients with this clinical genetics MRI characteristics and see how they do with respect to patients with other characteristics. And then we will have the data, that the system will give us back the data, and this will be something that may, for example, give us an idea about whether we want to use the classical way researchers use the UK Biobank and so and other things. In other words, do we want to embark, for example, in an analysis of the raw data? Then, if we think that we can do this, okay, then we can go to the analysis of the raw data that can be done also within the barcoding MS system, or asking for the data, but this is something that we have still to understand because there are big and important privacy issues. Okay, this is I had already told you about this. So what are the next steps? The first one will be to define the governance of this initiative according to expertise, and as I always say in our teleconferences, also according to age, because I think that we really need to collect young people, young minds around these initiatives, because I don't think that people of my age are completely able and will be completely able to follow up on this. So I really feel the urgency of transferring all this to young people that will carry this into the future, because it will not be done in one day, okay, like Rome, and like the UK Biobank, because the UK Biobank, as you know, it took 10 years to get it started, okay? So this is why age. We have to decide the hardware, where to put the data, and other technical aspects of design of the data, metadata, and images transfer and upload system. The rules for data usage, as I told you, and privacy, and also the biobanking, because another important aspect is that when possible, we have to flank to the database also samples bank, because it will be important to perhaps design experiments on the biology of the people whose data are into the system. So with this last slide, I thank you. I also thank Dr. Gianmarco Bellucci, who helped me in shaping and also understanding this presentation. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Salvetti. Any question? Giancarlo?
Thank you very much, Marco. It is really a fundamental project. It's really the project, I have to say. Just a question about the biobank. Is the intention to delocalize the biobank so that the different samples will stay where they are, but there will be a centralized way to reconnect with the samples and then to combine, but without moving the samples, or vice versa? Are you thinking to have a physical biobank where all these samples have to be collected?
Thank you, Giancarlo. Yes, very important aspect. We didn't go into this detail so far. Certainly, there are biobanks already in the Italian territory, also continental Italy and Sardinia, who can act as big repositories. But yes, there is a trade-off about several aspects, and we will have to work on that. Yes, thank you.
Other questions? If not, thanks.
Thank you,
Marco.
So we move for lunch, and please be back sharply at 2:30. Ricordo per chi lo desidera.
I would like to remind you that this afternoon the session is going to be in English, so we're going to have simultaneous translation. So if you're interested, you can take your phone. It's in the back of the room.
Thank you for respecting the timetable. We can start our afternoon. The morning was surely interesting, an interesting overview, but the afternoon will be as well outstanding. We have the honor to have here for the next presentation, that is the plenary lecture, Xavier Montalban. Before calling him, just a few words of presentation. Even if all of us knows perfectly Xavier since decades, I can say, of important contribution to the MS field. Xavier Montalban is the chair of the Department of Neurology since 2012 and director of the Multiple Sclerosis Center of Catalonia, CEMCAT, since 2007 at Val d'Hebron University Hospital, head of the Neuroimmunology Research Group in the same institute and professor of neurology at the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona and at Universitat de Vic in Barcelona. He also was the director of the Division of Neurology and professor of neurology at the University of Toronto from 2017 to 2020. His research interests include clinical trials, as well as clinical MRI and biological factors of disease prognosis and treatment response, and also immunological mechanism of the disease and other aspects of clinical management of multiple sclerosis. He has been covering different leadership roles, such as the president in 2014-16, and is current honorary member of the Council of the European Committee for Treatment and Research in Multiple Sclerosis, ECTRIMS, and he was also co-chair of the steering committee of the Magnetic Imaging in Multiple Sclerosis, MAGNIMS, and he is also member of the scientific committee and board member of the European Charcot Foundation. And since January 23rd, he is the chair of the International Advisory Committee on Clinical Trials in Multiple Sclerosis, sponsored by ECTRIMS and the National Multiple Sclerosis Society of USA, that is one of the most influential committee in MS worldwide. So it is a pleasure to introduce you for the plenary lecture, Xavier. McDonald Diagnostic Criteria 2023 revision. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mario, for this very nice but a little bit too long introduction, I would say. Thank you very much, Paula, for inviting me as well here. It's an honor to be in front of such a number of eminent neurologists and neuroimmunologists, etc. So I am very impressed. I think it's my first time here in this meeting, if I don't remember well. So the good news is that I will not be spending 1 hour talking about diagnosis, which is very good news. The bad news is that I will not be showing with you or sharing with you the new diagnostic criteria, because we will be presenting this criteria officially in ECTRIMS this year in Copenhagen. But I will give you a number of data. So let me just check how it works. Like, this is my disclaimer slide. Let me just first show you this slide that you probably know very well. We published this paper last year in Lancet Neurology, indicating that we do believe that there is only one disease. There are no different MS. So just one disease with the same mechanisms over the course of the disease, that you can read here inflammation, demyelination, axonal degeneration, mitochondrial injury, oxidative stress, glutamate excitotoxicity. The intensity of these different mechanisms can be different over time, of course, in early stages or in later stages, but essentially they are the same. Why patients with MS have different outcomes and different, prognosis at the end? Because there are a number of potential modifiers or moderators. Oops, I didn't do that. Like, as you can read here, biological sex, genetics, we learned that very recently. The race, comorbidities, very important as well. The use of disease-modifying agents, this is a key thing. Health behaviors, diet, exercise, all this, and also social determinants of health. So the combination of all these factors at the end produce the outcomes, the clinical expression, basically relapses and progression. So let me just go here first. So and now we know quite well the mechanisms of production of the disease, as you can see here. So for focal inflammatory activity, relapses, for instance, we know that there is a perivenular inflammatory infiltration of lymphocytes mainly, and this is very common in relapsing MS, but also can be observed in progressive MS. Then we can see a slowly expanding lesions with microglial rim, and in many cases iron deposition within and or outside microglia. Some leukocyte aggregation at the meninges contributing to the cortical demyelination that we observe in some patients. Microglial activation widespread throughout the parenchyma, and of course remyelination as well. So all these mechanisms coexist in different intensities, as I said. And some of these mechanisms we can measure nowadays. Yes, for instance, with the acute axonal damage by measuring neurofilaments in blood, focal inflammatory activity, yes, with the MRI, using gut lesions, atrophy as a sign of neurodegeneration, etc., etc. And we are improving the ways we can identify different mechanisms in multiple sclerosis. So always, I like this slide very much. I think this is what we have to do in front of a patient with multiple sclerosis. We should make an early and accurate diagnosis. Then we should try to establish a prognosis for that specific patient, then balance risk and benefits, initiate a personalized medicine, personalized treatment, more than, it's not a precision medicine, but a personalized medicine, and then of course monitoring very carefully treatment response. We will be talking about early and accurate diagnosis today. Why we want to talk about early and accurate diagnosis? Because we want to treat our patients early. That's the reason why, or the main reason at least. And why we want to make the diagnosis very early? Because of this. This is a paper we published 2 or 3 years ago already. We compare different epochs using different diagnostic criteria. As you can see here, Poser, McDonald 1, McDonald 2005, 10, and 17. And we observed that from Poser to McDonald 2017, we reduced by 77% the median time from CIS to MS diagnosis, which is quite a lot. But also, we reduced by 82% the median time from CIS to treatment onset. Is that important? Yes, it is. If you read here, the probability for reaching an EDSS of 3 or higher at the age of 40 decreased from 0.86 at the time we were using Poser criteria to 0.2 when we are using 2017 McDonald criteria. And probably now it's less than that. So we are improving the prognosis of our patients with multiple sclerosis. Another example of that, another example of early diagnosis, early treatment, better prognosis in the long term. This is a paper published by Alvaro Cobo from our center as well last year. He studied two groups of patients, those who were treated within the first 6 months after the first symptom of multiple sclerosis, and in comparison to those who were treated after 1 year and a half. It's just a short period of time. Like, it's not LA treatment during the first 2 years or during the first 5 years. No, during the first 6 months. And the difference was quite clear and statistically significant for the time to reach EDSS of 3, time to reach EDSS of 6, time to reach SPMS. So there is a window of opportunity that Professor Giancarlo Comi already mentioned many, many years ago, which is really true. And we have to be aware of that. That's why we want very efficient diagnostic criteria. These are the diagnostic criteria we have been using over time. I started with the poster 1983 criteria we used for a while until the MRI appeared, and then the first McDonald revision of the criteria. Well, not revision, the first McDonald criteria were published in 2001. Then we had a number of revisions. The last one is the 2017, and this is the one we are using now. There are a number of statements that you can read here that I would like to challenge the 3 out of 4 of this. So one is that we require nowadays symptoms suggestive of multiple sclerosis. The other one is that we require, in general, dissemination in time and space, although I have to say that in the last revision, 2017, dissemination in space plus oligoconal bands, that's multiple sclerosis. Exclusion of other diseases, and I'm afraid we can skip that one. And diagnosis can be made by clinical assessment alone. So in some circumstances, you don't need any other, test or whatever. I don't know if you agree with this, but we can discuss. Okay, so once upon a time, the MRI appeared. I remember I was PGY2 or PGY3, and I remember very, very well the impact I had when I saw the brain with the first MRI. I think it was 0.3 Teslas, but to me it was really impressive, right? And this is a little bit more than. And very rapidly, a number of papers were published. The same year, in 1988, Don Patey from Vancouver and Franz Fasikas from Graz published 2 papers indicating some, MRI criteria to diagnose MS. They already mentioned a minimum number of lesions, but also they started to identify some typical topographies, preventricular for Patey, preventricular, and also infradentorial from Franz Fasikas. Then Barkov, and then we modified a little bit the Barkov criteria. He asked for 3 out of these 4 criteria to demonstrate dissemination in space. And here he already mentioned the juxtacortical lesions. These are all times. So in 2007, the Magnims group, we published this paper indicating that to demonstrate dissemination in space, you should demonstrate the presence of at least one asymptomatic T2 lesion in at least 2 of the typical topographies. And the typical topographies were preventricular here, juxtacortical, cortical here, infradentorial, or spinal cord lesions. Right? And still we are using this with a small modification that we'll show you in a minute. For dissemination in time, again, was the Magnims group. Alex Rovira was the first author for that paper. So if you have a new T2 on follow-up MRI, as you can see here, this is a new MRI lesion, or you have the simultaneous presence of asymptomatic gut lesions and non-enhancing lesions at any time, that means dissemination in time. We are still using this concept for dissemination in time. And that was published in 2009. So we were very good at that time, right? So that was published in neurology. That was a paper, again, coming from Magnims group. And that was incorporated into the 2010, but published, as always, in 2011, by the McDonald criteria. Then, after a while, because to identify asymptomatic lesions was a little bit tricky, if you remember. It was not always very easy. So in our center in Barcelona, we showed that one single asymptomatic lesion or one single symptomatic lesion, they do behave the same. There are no differences at all. And that was transformed and incorporated into the revision of the 2017. So now it's not asymptomatic, it's just one T2 lesion in at least two of the typical topographies. What else? So the revision of the McDonald criteria we just did a few months ago. I'm going to tell you the methodology we used for this diagnostic criteria revision. I think that was quite unique and was completely different to previous iterations. We invited, everybody that was invited accepted to come. I don't know why, but they came, all of them. That was very, very good for us. And the process was this one. So in 2021, we were discussing within the steering committee that the evidence published since 2017 was huge, with a lot of new evidence coming from different sources, coming from different research groups. And what we decided is to have 4 topical meetings via Zoom. We reviewed different topics by the full clinical trials committee. And that happened in 2022. And then in January 23, the sponsors, remember, as Mario said, are ECTRIMS and the National MS Society. They, together with the steering committee, we decided to move forward and to organize the meeting for revision of the McDonald criteria. And we did that in December last year. So that was the Barcelona workshop overview. The steering committee you can see here with Peter Calabresi, Tim Cutsi, Christine Lebrun, Juano, and Alan Thompson, myself. We have 56 international experts with expertise clinical management, not only in neurology, but also in radiology, methodology, epidemiology, and very importantly, and I think that was the first time as well, patient representatives. Paula was there, for instance, and also the MSIF. I think Anne Helm was there as well, if I remember well. We included more first-time contributors to the McDonald criteria. 36 were new contributors. Whatever it means, I don't know if this is good or bad, but this is what we did. We had a global representation with 16 countries coming from all the continents, including representatives from low resource settings. That was quite interesting as well. And the gender balance was not perfect. Was 33 males versus 23 female, but was the best ever in this diagnostic criteria meeting. So I think we did a good job in that as well. This is the family photo. Of course, the Canadian big guys are in front of the picture. Mark Freeman, etc. You can recognize many of these people around here and here. So we followed a very strict methodology. We present the proposed revisions and supporting evidence as well. We had group discussions of the proposals. We presented the general statements and recommendations, and we voted these statements and recommendations. And then we required at least 90% of the meeting participants voting one specific statement to be valid, and we required at least 80% of agreement to be accepted. If the statement received between 70 to 80%, they were reconsidered, and we voted again after further defense of the statement by the speakers. So I can't tell you what are the final statement, but I will give you some data. I think you will be able to see how this goes. So one of the first questions was, should optic nerve be included in the fifth typical topography for the demonstration of dissemination in a space? And that is for all of us very, very sensible, right? So optic neuritis represents the first manifestation of MS in 25 to 35% of patients. We can identify the involvement of the optic nerve by several methods, and I think this is really important. When you go to low-income countries, you realize this is really very important as well. Sorry. Magnims already proposed in 2016 to include the optic nerve as an additional region to demonstrate dissemination of space, and we published a paper in 2017. But the 2017 McDonald criteria didn't incorporate this fifth topography, although Letizia and Carlo, they were supporting that very much indeed. But at that time was considered that it was very sensible, but the evidence was not good enough. That was what happened in 2017. So what else? So of course, the optic nerve enhancement occurs in as many as 95% of cases with optic neuritis. 78% of MS patients without clinical visual symptoms and without previous history of optic neuritis they have high signal in optic nerves in some special sequences such as DIR, as you can see here in this image provided by Alec Rovira. So one example of the optic nerve. This is a real case. It's a 28-year-old woman with a classical optic neuritis. Only one lesion in the brain, no lesions in the spinal cord, but one very typical void periventricular lesion with one CVS as well, and oligoconal bands in the CSF. So this is multiple sclerosis, right? But we were not able to make the diagnosis at that specific time point. And then a number of papers were published since that, because in the paper in 2017, we indicated the lines of research for the next revision of the McDonald criteria as well. And so this paper indicated that the OCT may have some predictive value to identify patients with CIS who will become multiple sclerosis over time. Then this is Wallace Broadleaf from Queen Square. He reviewed, he studied prospectively by clinical means and by visual potential a number of patients with CIS. And at the end, what he found is that adding the optic nerve as the fifth topography was more sensitive, but slightly less specific, perhaps more accurate, but less specific. Then Anca Vidal from our center in Barcelona published this paper in 2021 in neurology, just reviewing a large number of visual potential in patients with CIS. And what we found was that the sensitivity increased quite a lot, and then the specificity was the same. So we were increasing sensitivity without losing a specificity, and that was good. Anca, again, in Neurology 2023, published this paper with using the three ways of identifying optic nerve lesions: OCT, visual potential, MRI. And we found that using the three techniques was quite useful to identify patients who will become multiple sclerosis. So the proposal we published in Lancet Neurology 2016, incorporating optic nerve involvement as one typical topography, was discussed in the revision. What else? So what is the role of neurofilaments in the diagnosis of MS? Apparently, the neurofilaments are becoming very much used to monitor treatment response, to monitor evolution of our patients, even as a primary outcome in some phase 2 trials as well. But which is the role of neurofilaments in the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis? I'm going to show you a couple of examples from our group again. Forgive me because I'm showing quite a lot of our group. So we, Georgina Rambide, published in 2016 already that patients with CIS with higher levels of neurofilaments, they had higher conversion to multiple sclerosis in comparison to the other ones. And the same we demonstrated for RIS patients, the same concept. But one thing is to study groups of people with CIS, groups of people with RIS, and the other one is to apply this to one specific patient. I think that is the difficulty we have. Let's see what the new diagnostic criteria say about using neurofilaments as the diagnostic tool. What about the kappa-free light change? Can be equivalent to oligoconal bands? I'm not going to demonstrate that oligoconal bands are very useful. This one paper that we published many years ago, but still I think it's useful in our CIS cohort. Those patients who had a normal brain MRI, not a spinal cord MRI, but brain MRI at that time point, who had positive oligoconal bands, they had over time 23% of conversion to multiple sclerosis in comparison to 4% if they had negative oligoconal bands. So oligoconal bands are important. This was the paper by Georgina Rambide used for the revision of the 2017. I don't know if you can read it, but this patient with dissemination space plus oligoconal bands positive, they had a higher, hazard ratio to convert to multiple sclerosis. And that was the reason why the oligoconal bands plus dissemination space was incorporated as multiple sclerosis. So in 2017, I like this picture indicating that MRI and CSF study is really very important to make the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. The problem is that the study of oligoconal bands is not easy. It's not easy. It's not available in all the labs, in all the countries. You require expert people. It's a rather qualitative method, qualitative technique, and it's quite expert dependent, and that's a problem. So what can we do? What about the kappa free light change? Can be a substitution of oligoconal bands in some settings, and now there are a number of papers, but let me just show you this paper that was published by Georgina again and Carmen Espejo in Brain in 2022. I'm going to do this better. This is CIS converted into McDonald 2017. This is the hazard ratio for oligoconal bands positive. And here you have different thresholds of kappa-free light change. They behave very well. So they are quite similar, right? They look to be very useful. And this is coming from our lab, but many others demonstrated the same. We had a systematic review, meta-analysis, and consensus statement that was published as well in the MS Journal. So I don't know what happened. Well, I know what happened, but it looks like a very useful tool to make the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis in those centers in which the study of oligoconal bands may be a little bit difficult. What about this? Nowadays, we can make the diagnosis by clinical assessment alone. And if you look to the paper, Lancet Neurology 2018, you realize that if you have two clinical attacks and objective clinical evidence of two lesions, you don't need any other test to make the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And we are taking this table since the Posters criteria with a little bit of modifications over time. I never was able to learn it. I was never able to remember any of this, to be honest with you. So I think in 2024, to make the diagnosis of a serious disease, as multiple sclerosis is, with treatments, different treatments, without without the presence of images, typical lesions in the MRI, I think it's very difficult, and I don't think this should be possible. This is a real example as well. Female, 42 years, optic neuritis in 2018. We saw the optic neuritis at that time, the diplopia with a left sixth cranial nerve palsy 4 years later. So in theory, this lady, we didn't find anything else. So exclusion criteria were there. In theory, this lady fulfilled criteria for MS, but this lady had a brain and a spinal cord MRI completely normal and a negative oligogonal band study in the CSF. So we can make the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis in this patient at all. A word of caution. In our CIS cohort, 4% of CIS with normal baseline brain MRI developed T2 lesions at 1 year, and here you have an example. So completely normal brain, baseline brain MRI, and then after 1 year you can see some images. So a word of caution as well here. Another question, is the IS dissemination space in a patient with symptoms typical or not so typical? Is that enough to make the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis? And then if I go to the same paper by Georgina in brain, that was what I mentioned before, dissemination space in the MRI positive for oligogonal bands. That's okay, that was clear, was incorporated into the 2017 criteria, but we can go up. And the patients with dissemination space and negative oligogonal bands, they also had quite a high hazard ratio. But we can go up, and even patients with no criteria for dissemination space, but lesions typical of multiple sclerosis and positive oligogonal bands, the hazard ratio was quite high as well. I'm not going to go up, just not to complicate my life, but so apparently the dissemination in space is very important. And then if we look to the CIS trials, you realize that most of the patients, after a number of years, 3 years, most of the patients with an abnormal baseline MRI, they develop new T2 or they develop relapses. And we have been able to, Agustin Papola from our center, one fellow, ECTRIMS fellow, we have been able to collect all the data coming from all the CIS trials with the extension phases as well. And we are analyzing all this data, not in relation with the treatment at all, just the evolution to develop new T2, etc., relapses. And I can tell that will be presented probably in the ECTRIMS. The most, if not all, the patients with typical lesions at baseline, they develop MS over time. So this was a personal view at that time. The most important finding for the diagnosis of MS was the demonstration of dissemination space. Criteria to be used may be discussed with typical, and I think that's the right word, typical lesions in the MRI. This is not always easy. This is a classical slide by Alex Rovira. He always asks, which is only one case here of multiple sclerosis. And he asked the people here which one is the patient with MS. I'm not going to ask you, but the right answer is we don't know, right? So it's not always very easy to identify that patient with multiple sclerosis, but we know how are the typical lesions of multiple sclerosis in the MRI. They are preventricular, they are ovoid, they are juxtacortical, they are cortical, as you can see here. They affect the brainstem in the periphery. There are certain areas in the midbrain which are very typical as well. Corpus callosum, the inferior margin, short segments in the spinal cord, transverse and lateral and posterior, open ring enhancement here, CVS and PRLs as well. So we know how they are. They are well described in the paper by Alan Thompson in 2018, but also by the Olga Ciccarelli 1 year later. So we know how the lesions typical of multiple sclerosis are in the MRI. and neuroradiologists should know it as well. Another question, which is the role of CBS and PRL in the diagnosis of MS? We have here Danny Hondaneda. He is doing a great job on that. The CBS is very easy to understand. It's a void lesion, dozen finger, and then using specific sequences, for instance, the SWE, you can see the central vein here. And is this pathognomonic of multiple sclerosis? No, it is not. So you can see that in a number of conditions, as you can see here, require some, another sequences, so complicates a little bit the MRI study in some countries. Can be, sorry about that. Can be seen in not only in 7 Tesla or 3 Tesla, but also in 1.5 Tesla, more difficult, but can be seen. And we can use different rules, and at the end, perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, but I think we are using the number 6, so to find at least 6 lesions with the CBS to say this is quite typical of multiple sclerosis. How to incorporate the CBS, the CBS, the PRLs within the diagnostic algorithm was not easy, but I think we did quite well. What about the paramagnetic rim lesions, the PRLs in multiple sclerosis? Around 50 to 60% of MS patients show at least one rim lesion, reflection of chronic active lesion. Slowly disappear over time, correlate and predict disability. So I don't know if they are going to be a useful outcome for clinical trials, to be honest with you, but there's a correlation and prediction of disability. And they are very specific, but the sensitivity is very poor. And there is one specific disease that can confound you, which is Sussex. So be careful with Sussex because they have also PRLs. But one PRL, and this is one, this is one very nice example, again provided by Ale Rovira. You have this T2 lesion with this beautiful paramagnetic ring lesion here. Okay, what about symptoms suggestive of MS? Nowadays, the diagnosis of MS requires clinical symptoms, typical symptoms, in fact. So if we look to the text in the 2017 paper, the panel stressed that the McDonald criteria should only be applied in those patients who present with atypical CIS suggestive of multiple sclerosis. This is quite a hurdle, right? So what about these patients who don't have a very typical optic neuritis or a very typical myelitis or a very typical brainstem syndrome? There are many of those. So what can we do with this? So this is one real example again. So young female with headache, let me just do this, with perenchial lesions, ovoid lesions, juxtacortical lesions, corpus callosum, CBS, PRLs, spinal cord involvement. This is MS, right? This is MS. This is a radiologically isolated syndrome, which means having an MRI with typical lesions of inflammatory demyelinating disease with no typical symptoms of MS. This is RIS. I don't like the RIS criteria, whatever. RIS is a definition, like CIS is. And then you can use criteria to identify those at higher risk of having future symptoms or having future lesions. But we don't need criteria. We need a definition, a CIS, and then identify those at higher risk of converting. So the question here is this one: should RIS be included in the diagnosis criteria or in the phenotype criteria classification? And nowadays we are using this phenotype classification, the 2014 by Fred Laughlin and others, and RIS is not here. RIS doesn't exist, right? I think this should be modified very soon. And And here is where we are now. So the 2017 criteria, we require symptoms, CIS or progression of the disease, typical symptoms. Here we can make the diagnosis. What is going to happen with the 2023 criteria? Should we go a little bit back, forward, and identify patients with abnormalities typical in the MRI, but without typical symptoms? Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. We can be, very little restrictive and say, RIS with one typical lesion, this is RIS. This is my point. So if you have a patient with no symptoms and one typical lesion, a void periventricular lesion, this is RIS. You don't have to say anything else. This is RIS. It's not MS, perhaps, you don't need to treat it, etc., etc. But this is RIS, in my opinion. But to consider it MS, we require so little, or we want to go up there and say, no, we require dissemination in space, including one spinal cord lesion, plus dissemination time, plus oligogonal bands, plus neurofilaments, plus CVS, etc., etc. So it depends where we move, right, where we want to go. So, but I guess that this is what is happening now. Patients with CIS, because it's a definition, CIS is a definition, not all of them fulfill criteria for MS, the 2017 criteria. So only 65% of CIS fulfill those criteria. If we incorporate RIS in the phenotype classification, will happen the same thing. Probably more patients with RIS fulfill criteria, 2023 criteria for MS, because they will have an abnormal MRI by definition. Right? Let's see what happens as well. So what about the exclusion of other diseases? This is 2004, 100 cases, 100 possibilities to make mistakes, but this is not real. So in MS units, where you have some expertise, you can make mistakes, but they are infrequent. In North America, Danny, in North America, I don't know what is happening, but they have a quite percentage of misdiagnosis. I don't know, because of the health system with a number of general neurologists, perhaps in other countries in Europe as well. For instance, Germany, France may happen the same thing. I think in Italy, correct me if I'm wrong, you have very specific MS centers and you follow most of the patients in MS centers. Is that correct or not really? Yeah. So I think that the percentage of misdiagnosis probably is very low as well. Yeah. Okay. So these were the proposed revisions. So perhaps dissemination in time is no longer needed. There is a need of paraclinical evidence to diagnose MS in 2024. The optic nerve may be considered as the fifth topography characteristic of multiple sclerosis. We may update dissemination and space criteria. We may add CVS and PRLs and optional tools for diagnosis in some situations, and this is important. We are not complicating the life of neurologists, okay? And we don't need CVS or PRLs in most of the patients. Perhaps RIS may be considered MS in specific situations. I didn't mention this, but more strict features for confirming diagnosis in individuals over 50 or with vascular disorders. Perhaps we need being a little bit more strict for those patients. Laboratory test, I didn't mention this either. Anti-MOC antibodies perhaps may be necessary for confirming diagnosis in children and adolescents. Additional imaging features for PPMS diagnosis, perhaps we would like to be using the same criteria for relapsing MS and PPMS as well. And perhaps kappa-free light change may be a tool for diagnosis MS together with oligogonal bands. This is the ThinkCAT with people a few years ago already. You will be very welcome there if you wish. Thank you very much for your attention.
you, Xavier. Usually there are no questions in the plenary lecture, but if you want to do an exception, we can ask to the audience. He saved a few minutes just for questions if you want. Do you have any question? Microphone. Okay, thank you.
I had a question regarding when you would start to treat patients. So you had a very nice overview where you showed from the risk patient in the bottom with one lesion and to a very clinical definite multiple sclerosis in the top. So what would you be, if you would like to answer this, what would be your point of starting treatment with MS for a patient that you diagnosed yourself?
What we are doing nowadays in our center, and there is no evidence for that, is just patients with RIS fulfilling dissemination in space plus dissemination in time that move, that are dynamic, we treat them.
Yes.
This is what we are doing.
Yes, it's exactly the same as we do at my center.
Yeah, and with the new diagnostic criteria, whatever they will be, perhaps we will be a little bit more inclusive, and perhaps we will be treating more patients with RIS. Because we, as you know, we are worried. Sometimes you have patients with quite a number of typical images. Some of them may be guide enhancing, and you are not allowed to treat them. So we ask for treatment, compassive way, whatever, and we don't have problems to treat them. Thank you for the question.
Any more questions? Maria?
This is going to be the difficult one.
Thank you, Xavier. So when you talked about no need of dissemination in time, did you refer also to oligoclonal bands? Because in the 2017 criteria in which I participated, oligoclonal bands may be considered as a dissemination in time. So I would like to understand if when you said no need of dissemination in time, also you referred to no need of cerebrospinal fluid examination.
Yes. For me, the presence of oligoclonal bands didn't mean dissemination in time. This oligoclonal bands means that there is a neuroimmunological process within the CNS. And then we can substitute the presence of oligoclonal bands for dissemination in time. But it's not a substitute, it's not equal to dissemination in time. Yes. I can say, well, T2 is also dissemination in time. From having nothing to having something, this dissemination in time. So, but what I'm saying for the new revision is that perhaps, if you have enough topographies, I don't know if 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever, 5 now, perhaps that would be enough. That would be enough in relapsing MS or in primary progressive MS, and there will be no need for tapping the patient.
This should be clarified in the new criteria paper.
Yes, I think the most important point, I think this is quite, we insist on that, is that the MRI lesions should be typical lesions. I think that's essential. Otherwise, you see, you as well, every week they send you a patient with a suspicion of multiple sclerosis, and they clearly don't have multiple sclerosis, they have white spots. Subcortical, they have vascular risk factors, etc. So I think this is our main task, to show and to transmit or to teach, I don't know, which are the typical lesions of the MRI in MS. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Any more questions? Okay. If no, we can continue. Thank you, Xavier. Can you join with me for chairing the next session? You want to present Daniel? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So now it's my pleasure. I gave you 11 minutes more, Danny, to introduce Dr. Daniel Ontaneda. He is a neurologist working at the Cleveland Clinic, very active. He is very much involved in a number of projects. One of them, for instance, is to identify the role of CBS in the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, among many others. Very knowledgeable, so we're very happy to have you here, Daniel.
So thank you so much, Xavier, for the very kind introduction. I also wanted to thank the meeting organizers for the invitation to present today. I'm not going to be speaking about the central vein. Today I was asked to talk about how to use PROMs to better understand hidden multiple sclerosis. These are my disclosures that don't have any particular applications, but I do want to highlight two very close collaborators, Dr. Farron Briggs and Dr. Doug Gunsler, who've done a lot of the work that I'm going to present today. So I'm going to start talking about what is hidden multiple sclerosis in terms of a definition, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we have incorporated PROs specifically into clinical practice in a learning health system, talk a little bit about data-driven approaches to better understand MS and uncover hidden MS through patient-reported outcomes, and then end with hopefully some conclusions and some recommendations for future use of PROMs. So traditionally, multiple sclerosis has been described using disability measures, which are heavily weighted by the neurological exam and ratings that have been created by neurologists. Many times we think about relapses and progression of fixed neurological disability that we can actually document. And more recently, we've also incorporated performance measures, but we know that this does not actually capture the whole experience of an individual with MS. And when one looks at what are the most common symptoms reported in MS, this is an oldie but a goodie, published back in 1984, you can see very clearly that there are several symptoms such as fatigue, balance problems, numbness, pain, depression, problem-solving issues, and emotional lability that probably are not accurately captured in the majority of tools that we have when we are describing disability using the neurological exam or something like the EDSS, for example. And so this idea of hidden or silent symptoms of MS has become, I think, a little bit more frequent, and it has to be recognized that these include several different spheres: cognitive impairment, fatigue, anxiety, depression, even migraine or headache, and sleep disorders associated with multiple sclerosis itself. And if one views these, they can be found in all stages of multiple sclerosis, all the way from, if one wants to call it a prodrome, all the way through what we previously called clinically definite MS. And we think that PROMs actually can help us answer and make the picture of multiple sclerosis a little bit clearer. So patient-reported outcome measures are ideal to uncover and make unhidden the hidden symptoms of MS. They, of course, require validated forms from patients to be collected, and they need to be administered easily, both for ease of the individuals with MS and also the ease of the healthcare system. They need to be visible to providers and also people with MS and show meaningful change. And they ideally have to be anchored to a reference population so that we can actually interpret them adequately. And we also have to consider potential confounders that might affect reporting. And then I would venture to say that these have to be applied in a learning health system. And this relates back to the presentations we heard this morning, where actually if you incorporate these into your practice, but if you don't change what you're doing based on them, you're probably missing part of the picture. And so I wanted to just highlight some of the measures that we've used, and I'm going to talk a little bit about research that we've done with these. And the first one's the MS performance scales. It's probably not too familiar with people in Europe, but it is a scale that compromises 11 different patient-reported outcome measures. This is a study that published some data and included data that was collected at Cleveland Clinic. So you can see that it's mainly an American scale. We've actually abandoned the use of this scale, but it basically covers stuff like mobility, fatigue, cognitive, bladder, spasticity, hand function, vision, and sensory function, all each independently. We have moved to do a technology approach to capture patient-reported outcomes, and this is a project that was conducted with a couple centers in Europe and several centers in the United States, called MS Paths. And what we did is we collected performance measures digitally, but also quality of life outcome banks, and specifically NeuroQual, which is part of the NIH-sponsored toolbox and which has actually been validated in multiple sclerosis. This technology approach allows patients to answer these questions based on computer adaptive testing. You can see this is a shot of what this iPad screen looks like when a patient logs in. And they're asked the question, for example, are you able to button your shirt today? And then you answer with a degree of difficulty. This is kind of what the test looks like. And so this contemplates both performance and also patient-reported outcomes as one. NeuroQual is the battery we use, and it has three domains, or three main domains: physical health, mental health, and social health, with different inventories for each of those. And NeuroQual can be completed in one of two ways: one using the long forms, which basically asks patients to answer every single question that's used. But it's also able to do something called computer adaptive testing, which has its advantages in terms of time. And so for each sphere, one can ask a different number of bank questions, and these questions typically are asked for every single patient every single time when it's done in the paper form. But when it's done in the computer adaptive performance way, typically the first question is somewhere in between in the different questions, and the questions range from questions with very little difficulty in activities to questions with major difficulties. And the patient answers on a Likert scale to each one of those. And so, for example, this patient answers the first question here, and that kind of ranks kind of where the patient is, and the computer figures out where they are along that scale. And since that response is logged, the computer then asks a question typically of something that's a little bit harder to do, and then asks something perhaps a little bit even harder to figure out where is the upper range of the patient. And then it's followed by a question that confirms a lower range. Typically with NeuroQual, you need at least 4 questions answered for each sphere, and basically you generate a raw score, and from the raw score, you basically generate a T-score. And the T-scores are helpful because they relate the patient's this level of difficulty within the specific sphere with the general population, and can give us gradations both, as a T-score itself, but also in terms of a percentile compared to the rest of the population. And so the question always here with these scales is what is meaningful, and there's different ways of doing this. One is kind of to think about a threshold of error. So there's error around all of these measures, and so if your change is based on being outside the error measurement, then that can be a threshold of change. Or you can also establish a threshold of important change, which is associated with some other measure, typically with another quality of life or general quality of life inventory that indicates that, yes, maybe this hand dysfunction changed in a way that it's actually going to change my overall quality. This is how we integrate this into clinical practice. So patients are brought in. Typically, we ask them to initially do a check-in, typically takes 2 to 5 minutes. Then we actually take their vital signs, and we also collect their medications. That takes 10 to 20 minutes. And then we place them on the iPad for 30 to 40 minutes. And so we think of this as the kind of waiting room of the future. Historically, waiting rooms have just been places where patients are sitting. And if you go to 90% of hospitals today, people are just sitting, waiting for their practitioner to see them. What we have is that patients are actually log in on their own, and they immediately get sent to this room where they start this. And so the idea here is that patients are using their time, or persons with MS are using their time efficiently, and so do we. This then information is then uploaded automatically into our electronic health record, where it is seen every time we open a screen in front of a patient. That is, we can see it with the individual with MS right next to us. And this is kind of what these results look like. And so we can plot, for example, here we're plotting manual dexterity function, as you can see in blue, and walking speed in purple. And you can see that's mirrored by upper extremity domain T-score and lower extremity domain T-score. So you can see these two together. Similarly, for example, in these patients, you can see how their processing speed is correlating at each visit with how their cognitive function domain T-score is doing, showing some association between those. And these are very easy to see both for the provider and the person with MS. very clearly, when we do this, we can actually capture a greater number of spheres than we captured previously. And then the question is, can we use these patient-reported outcome measures to better uncover hidden MS and better understand the disease? So I'll start with this study, which we conducted and published last year, and we followed 2012 people with relapsing remitting MS. And here you can see the measures that we took. So this was the performance scales, 9-hole peg test, EQ5D, PHQ-9, and the time 25-foot walk. And what I just want to show is that we did a latent class analysis and tried to group these patients in terms of what there was evolution of all these measures. And what you can see clearly here across the clusters is that when you look at EQ5D, you can see that there is a really large splay in terms of how these clusters are broken down. That splay, that clustering, actually is not present when you look at all the measures that are actually on the right side of the screen. So when you look at these, PHQ-9 and time 25-foot walk, they're actually tight together. But where there's massive variation is EQ5D, indicating that for a given level of physical performance, there might be different disability that is not being captured by those performance measures. And then we went to look and said, well, what drove these differences? Why are some patients in the clusters looking different when those clusters are being fueled by something like the EQ5D? And we found that race, smoking status, and insurance status were big predictors of which cluster an individual belonged to. Next, we looked at ambulation. And we thought ambulation was good because it's historically been what we've kind of relied on to look at in terms of how we classify disability. This looked at 7,600 people with MS, a total of 42,000 encounters, and we did latent class growth analysis. And as you can see, we were able to find a total of 6 clusters of time 25-foot walk. But interestingly, what separated these 6 clusters was only the intercept. The actual longitudinal evolution really wasn't that different. So you can see these groups are different, but their evolution is pretty much the same. And we did statistical testing on these evolutions. They weren't particularly different, as you could have expected. But then we added in patient-reported outcomes. Those same individuals, but we used the 3 PROMS measures, 1 depression, 1 quality of life, and then the multiple sclerosis performance scale. And then you can see that we were, 1, able to identify a larger number of clusters, and 2, we were able to identify that those clusters, and this is still for the time 25-foot walk, no longer moved in parallel. That is, we had people who were increasing or decreasing when you look at the standard PS mobility score. What this reflects to us is that the PRO will allow you to find distinct clusters that the performance measures on their own cannot. And this is basically a matrix correlation plot of those measures, and you can see that for some clusters, there was actually a very strong association between the PS cluster and the time 25-foot walk, for example. But there were others, clusters, where there wasn't. That is, in some patients, it was a large number, the clusters on mobility, in terms of patient-reported outcomes, actually correlated strongly with the time 25-foot walk, but that wasn't the case for many of the other clusters, indicating that you really are capturing something different. This is a study that was presented at the American Academy of Neurology and is currently been submitted for publication, and it's leveraging patient-reported outcomes to basically deep phenotype MS using a data-driven approach. 6,619 people with MS, we conducted the multiple sclerosis performance scale and did latent profile analysis via unsupervised machine learning. And basically what we found was that there were 9 clusters, and what I'm showing you here are the 9 clusters. We had 4 clusters that we considered mild, 1 cluster that was moderate, and then another 4 clusters that we considered severe, giving us a total of 9 different clusters. And you can see those clusters vary and they change based on what domains are affected. That is, you're creating a classification system for the disease based on not only gross things like, for example, relapsing remitting, secondary progressive or primary progressive, but on how the MS has affected these different functions longitudinally. And once again, what explained the difference across these clusters? I'm not going to go through all of these, but I did want to highlight several of the things that we thought were important, and those are the ones that are in red. Black patients, more likely to be in in severe clusters, 18.4. Area deprivation index, also a significant driver of differentiation of clusters. Progressive, of course, naturally, we thought that would be there. EQ5D and tobacco use, all similar things to what we had seen before. And then finally, we used the multiple sclerosis performance test, so the test that I saw you from the iPad, to actually investigate disease severity. So we collected a total of 57,000 visits from a total of 16,000 unique individuals with MS. And basically, we did an assessment of 31 features to create new disease categories. And this is, as you can see, the cluster visualization with principal components analysis, how the patients were broken down into 4 distinct clusters. And this is what the clusters look like. They're a little difficult to wrap your head around, so I'm not going to ask you to understand what these clusters look like. But certainly when we look at traditional measures of disease that we consider more biological, that we consider kind of hard evidence, such as brain parenchymal fraction and T2 lesion volume, you can see that these clusters also differentiated in terms of how they evolved from an MRI perspective. Now, these clusters are not straightforward, and understanding them is a little bit difficult. And one of the things we did is we said, well, you know, does the actual clinical radiological paradox still exist, or is that something really of the past? And here's what we did is we took the categories, and then we actually derived a model to predict the categories based on on quantitative MRI values. And what we found is that for the vast majority of the patients, approximately 80% of the patients, the MRI actually predicted their clinical characteristic quite well. But there is a large number of individuals who, for example, by MRI were predicted to be in 1 but were in cluster 2, or even worse, they were predicted by MRI to be in cluster 1, that is to be a mild case, but actually had severe. And this is actually allowing us now in a subsequent analysis to understand why this prediction falls apart. Once again, when you look at what are the predictors of people not being matched, what we find is, once again, unemployment, disease duration, having a very low PDDS, actually, probably because a low PDDS means that the disability that they have is not being captured. That is, they probably don't have a lot of physical disability. Their disability is coming from somewhere else. So in conclusion, MS symptoms are quite common. When using patient-reported outcome measures, greater heterogeneity and novel evolution of the disease can be found. We think that predictors of PROM-based heterogeneity is explained in some parts by social determinants of health, and that has to be further investigated. I think a learning health system can be leveraged to better understand disease evolution, and I think personalized medicine requires understanding all aspects of the disease, and I think that if you integrate that with AI, we will be in a new era where we're actually completely data-driven for these questions. Thank you, and I will take any questions if my time permits.
Thank you very much, Dan, for this very nice, stimulating presentation. Questions? Giancarlo?
Thank you so much, Daniel. Very interesting data. So what you use in order to classify the cluster was a combination of patient-really reported outcomes, but also objective assessment in some way. So which was the role of just the patient-reported outcomes in the contribution to differentiate the last 4 clusters, for example? So you combine together, but if you do the opposite process, you start from the results and the way you classify the 4 clusters, and then you look at the contribution of the true patient-reported outcomes. Did they really contribute a lot or not to the cluster classification?
Yeah, so you could go in the inverse direction, right? I think that would be completely appropriate. I think mathematically, it probably would be, you would probably get similar results, or at least you should get similar results. I think what we learned was that, when we looked at the time 25 foot walk and specifically evolutions of the time 25 foot walk compared with evolutions of the patient-reported outcome measures, it was pretty clear that, the heterogeneity in the reporting was much greater. And that allows you to create new clusters. And, for the people who might be in the room saying, well, I just don't believe it, I just think it's noise and people report things differently, that might be true. But I think if a person with MS is reporting something, and if you have enough data to make sure that it's not just noise, I think there's some valuable information there. In our case, what it gave is greater heterogeneity and allowed us to identify clusters that previously didn't exist, and it allowed us to actually model changes in the trajectory that weren't there without the PRO measures incorporated.
Many thanks for this nice and important presentation. Given the heterogeneity of these outcomes, the patient-reported outcomes, can you see the potential of including those as outcomes in clinical trials or in combination with the traditional ones?
I think the challenge in my mind in clinical trials are the sample sizes. I think in a learning health system, this works very well because you have very large sample size, right? We have 16,000 patients. And then you can overcome the heterogeneity with data density. In a clinical trial, I think that's a little bit more difficult. And taking into consideration that heterogeneity is a little bit harder. And I view probably that a clinical trial probably will continue to have as a primary outcome a measurement that has less variability. But I think having the patient-reported outcomes in as secondary endpoints is probably a smart move. Just because, to hinge that on your primary endpoint will basically balloon your sample size and it would not be feasible.
I know that, thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I know that is a bit provocative, especially after Professor Montalban's lecture. But how far we are in thinking to use, since today is, the theme of the National MS Week is diagnosis, how far we are to, really consider this as an entry point for a patient population that may have a given treatment or a given diagnosis of multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, so I think that's the beauty of a learning health system, right? That you don't have to figure it all out to actually implement it. You start by collecting the measures and collecting the data. And as you go along, you start your analysis. So my short answer to you is you could start that today, like no doubt. Like we're already doing it ourselves. And I saw a very pretty picture of kind of what you're proposing for this integrated network of Italian centers. And PROs, of course, are going to be included in that. And I think what you need is the data analytics on the back end, and then the flexibility of people to incorporate anything that comes out of the learning health system. I think having that infrastructure, I think, would be important.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question, if you wish. I have one for you, then. So we were, as you know, we were using the MSPass as well, the MSPT, etc. And we tried to use it in our outpatient clinic. And what we had the impression that at a group level, it did work. For individuals, the variation between different follow-up visits was huge. And at the end, we were not able to make decisions based on the PROs or the MSPT either. What's your experience of that?
Yeah, so I put that slide up on threshold to change, which I think is important. So you want to determine what a threshold to change is in order to have an actionable item. And for years I always said, I think what we have to do is collect more data, find where an actionable change will make a difference. For example, in treatment failure would be the most clear one that we can do, because that would be our main decision. This person's DMT is not working based on their PRO report. But I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think the solution is going to be that you have an AI algorithm running after the patient collects their samples, and the AI algorithm will tell you, this is the likelihood that this individual is in this trajectory of their performance. And it's not a substitute for a decision-making process. It's a companion for a decision-making process. This is a person you really need to think about, should I change the treatment in this individual? And you could even have a prediction in a calculator that tells you what's the probability this person is going to have a new T2 lesion or is going to have a new relapse. We're currently doing that for discontinuation. So we are taking all these variables, we're putting them into an AI-generated calculator. We received a grant from the NIH to do this work. where we're going to provide clinicians an AI tool that tells them, if you discontinue, this is the likelihood this person is going to have a relapse, a new T2 lesion, or a change in PRO.
Very good, very good. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to Daniel Ontaneda. With him, we entered in the session that the title was The Role of Patient-Generated Data, and we follow this topic with the other presentations. Of course, one of the issues was, if I can just comment quickly, the need of having big samples, big numbers. And so one of the challenges that we have is to take the information of PROs in the real-world evidence. This is one of the efforts that we are trying to start in the coordination of the European registers for the next years, and I think this is important. Another big challenge was the project PROMS. You are aware of the PROMS initiative. And we have the two presentations now on this. The two speakers will be Helga Weiland and Gianpaolo Bricchetto. Helga Weiland is a multiple sclerosis patient living in Johannesburg, South Africa. Was diagnosed with MS in 2010. She has been actively involved in patient advocacy since 2016. And she is the co-chair of the engagement coordination team. You remember that Paola was explaining this morning the engagement coordination team role on the PROMS global initiative since 2020. And Helga hopes to make a positive contribution to the development of accurate patient-reported outcome measures of MS symptoms, improving healthcare for all people with MS. I leave the floor to Helga, and then I will present Gianpaolo Bricchetto for the second part of the presentation. Helga.
Thank you very much. Right, both Gianpaolo Bricchetto and myself have no disclosures. We're going to start immediately with the structure of the PROMS Global Initiative. The initiative was launched in 2019 and is led and coordinated jointly by MSIF, the European Charcot Foundation, and the Italian MS Society, which acts as the lead agency. It was born as a multi-stakeholder initiative gathering more than 60 organizations worldwide and several scientific and advocacy experts. The PROMS initiative is rooted upon the participatory governance structure. Within it, people living with MS inform their initiative's direction via the ECT and bring their experiential knowledge to the working groups. The structure of the PROMS Global Initiative is an executive committee, a scientific steering committee, 4 working groups, and the engagement coordination team. And the ECT is represented at every single level of the structure. By representing a unified view of the PROs for MS, the PROMS initiative is working to ensure that the voices of people living with MS are heard and that their experiences are taken into account by key stakeholders in the healthcare system, including regulatory agencies. And this will help improve the quality of care and the outcomes for people living with MS, ultimately contribute to the transformation in the healthcare system. The strategic direction of the PROMS Global Initiative is engaging people with MS, providing PROMS that will give us a picture of changes in the real life of people with MS, levering active and passive monitoring in a holistic or comprehensive and personalized approach to improve prognosis, to be responsive to progression, and ultimately prevent progression. The concept of the ECT was developed within the EU-funded multi-act model, and the representativeness is inclusively on the relevant people with MS community. We've seen this slide before today. To support the PROMS initiative, the ECT was established, consisting of people affected by multiple sclerosis. The ECT served to integrate the unique experience of living with MS into the initiative, ensuring that the perspective and needs of people living with MS are effectively represented. By having people with MS involved in the ECT, the PROMS initiative is able to benefit from their experiential knowledge, which is then brought into the initiative's working groups. The patient is key in guiding the process of the patient-reported outcomes, providing clinicians and researchers with a true picture of MS and living with the condition, thereby forming the vital link between the patient, clinician, and researcher. The lived experience is combined with the learned knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Gianpaolo Bricchetto joined the Italian MS Society Foundation 15 years ago. Currently holds the position of Clinical Director of MS Rehabilitation Centers of the Italian MS Society and Coordinator of Research in Rehabilitation. At present, he is the President of the Rehabilitation in Multiple Sclerosis, the RIMS, European organization. He started to work on research in rehabilitation in the field of neurorehabilitation in Parkinson's, stroke, traumatic brain injury, and multiple sclerosis. And he is now presenting the other part of the presentation. Gianpaolo.
Thank you, Professor Battaglia. I will talk only for 1 minute and then the floor will be of Helga. Only to introduce the work that we have done within the PROMS initiative, and in particular with Working Group 1. Working Group 1 of the initiative was devoted to improve research in the area of patient-reported outcomes. These are the strategic priorities of Working Group 1, identify and prioritize outcomes that matter most to people with MS, provide guidance for identifying gaps in existing PRO, and a framework to guide the development of new patient-reported outcome together with people with MS. Therefore, within Working Group 1, that was made up of researcher, industry, and people with MS from the engagement coordination team, we decided to, identify functional domains first before moving to patient-reported outcomes that really matter for people with MS. In order to do that, we decided to develop a survey, and we will see later how we have developed the survey that has been launched globally, and the results has been analyzed in a qualitative and quantitative way, and we will see now the results.
Gianpaolo and I keeping it interesting. Okay, how are the people affected by MS involved in developing the survey? Okay, we started off with the ECT worked with Working Group 1 to shape the survey. The ECT played a part in defining the functional domains which were affected with people by MS and the descriptions thereof. The questions were examined by the ECT to ensure that they were clear, understandable, and would translate well into different languages. The survey was then piloted with a small group of participants and adjustments were made. The ECT created an attractive and engaging introduction to the survey, encouraging people's attention to participate. The survey was then translated into 7 languages and through various patient advocacy groups sent out for completion online. The opening of the survey was from the end of September 2023 to December 2023. The survey was then disseminated through various channels to as many possible MS organizations worldwide. Currently, the ECT is working with the research team to draw more information out of the global survey. The information gathered during this analysis is used to cross-reference the experiences and expectations of people affected by MS of various ages, socioeconomic positions, abilities, and many more, in the use of patient-reported outcomes as a better form of disease management. This was a question that was in the covering letter designed by the ECT. What if your experience of living with MS helped thousands of people? And it was intended to engage people to participate in the online survey. This is the reach that we had with the online survey. It reached 69 countries in 7 languages, and 5,218 people responded. The objectives of this analysis from the ECT's perspective was to describe the characteristics of the involved population by specifying certain aspects of particular interest for better contextualization of the respondent population, enabling reflections that align with the reality of what has been observed, to explore the frequencies related to the absence or presence of the 28 functional domains, to explore the level of impact and the considered symptoms, and to present the implemented cluster analysis as an analytical strategy. The survey will ultimately indicate the way forward in ensuring that the functional domains that are the most common to people with MS are prioritized, and that the correct measures and tools are identified and will direct research accordingly. The question asked for the qualitative part of the survey is, in your opinion, are there other important symptoms not mentioned in this survey that in meeting with your healthcare professionals should be discussed? Bearing in mind that the qualitative part of the survey was after the quantitative part. So we'll see, it's actually, we're doing this sort of like a little bit back to front, that the second part of the survey is where we actually asked this question. So a patient that was answering the survey had the option of completing the survey at this point. But if they wanted to continue with this question, then they could. And the aim of this question was to assess whether a list of current functional domains is deemed comprehensive and acceptable, to identify additional functional domains, identify additional meanings and interpretations given to different symptoms, and improve their descriptions. Right, this was the survey participation. So 5,218 people participated, and 2,223 did not respond to the question. 2,995 responded to the question, and of the 2,995, 1,658 considered the list comprehensive. 1,337 made additional statements, and of the 1,337, 1,131 discussed specific symptoms, and 206 made general statements. So it's the 1,131 that we're really interested in. Additional insights that came from the survey was that 682 related to the original list of functional domains, and this will be described further in the presentation. Other categories are still to be addressed by the ECT. Right, there are 682 instances of replies that related directly to the existing functional domains, and these took on a creative approach in reinterpreting and redefining symptoms and reaching a fresh perspective and additional insights, adding specific details, nuances of making the list and descriptions more comprehensive and offering a more patient-centered viewpoints. Right, the refinement process of the functional domains. Now we check if the meanings have been added to the functional domains and move them around if necessary. We revised the descriptions to incorporate new meanings and address the interpretive proposals presented in the report. Currently, there are 28 functional domains, and they are split into 5 separate maps to group the symptoms. And they are cognition, mood, mobility, sensory, physical or physiological function. As you can see in this slide, there are 28 functional domains in their current groups, as I mentioned earlier. Over here, we've taken just the area of mobility, okay, to explain the process of refinement. We'll only use the mobility area. In this area, the descriptions of hand dexterity, problems and mobility issues have been changed. The descriptions of tremors has been unchanged. Coordination and balance problems have been merged into a category, and new and richer descriptions have been given to that one category. This is a comparison list that has been created and is work in progress with the ECT. Here, the area of cognition has no changes at all. The mood area has 2 functional domains combined, and the new name is mood fluctuations, and it includes the refinement of previous descriptions. In addition, 2 other functional domains have new and richer descriptions. In the mobility area, also combines 2 functional domains and has the new name of problems with coordination and balance, with more inclusive descriptions and symptoms. All other functional domains in mobility and physical and physiological will get new and richer descriptions, which are incorporated from the results of the survey. As you can see, the refinement process has resulted in a list of 26 functional domains in the new list. And these changes, descriptions, and other inputs are currently what the ECT and researchers and Working Group 1 are working on.
Thank you, Helga. And now let's move to the quantitative analysis of the survey. First of all, I have to thank our national ACT that let us the possibility to outreach people with MS also at our national level, let's say. As we have seen, the survey was based on the 28 functional domains identified within Working Group 1 and the ECT. Participants were asked to, if they had experience of a particular symptom or a particular functional domains in the past 4 weeks. And if the option was yes, based on the answer, it was possible to understand the impact of the functional domain with the Likert scale. We have already seen the number of valid replies of the questionnaire, and this is the distribution of the age of the respondents. Regarding the survey, the quantitative analysis and the quantitative data, the 94% of the replies received were valid. This data indicates a high level of accessibility to the question for persons with multiple sclerosis. We also asked to self-report disease curves. So we have to take into account that these data are not clinically relevant, but self-reported. We have more or less 70% of relapsing remitting people with MS, 11.7 secondary progressive, and 9.3 primary progressive. And of course, we receive also 6-7% of respondents that reported not knowing specific details regarding the type of multiple sclerosis. This is a simple rank of the prevalence of the 28 functional domains in all the samples that we have acquired. The first one is fatigue. 86%, followed by stress, pain in the muscle, problems in concentrating, and memory problems. We can see that in the lower part of the graph, we have problems related more to difficulty swallowing, difficulty breathing, as I think is expected also from literature. We have tried to understand more about those data, take into account the major area of mobility, cognition that we have seen before. And this is the prevalence on the left part of the slides on the different areas in the age class between 18 and 30 years old, from more than 400 subjects. We can see that as prevalence, self-reported prevalence on functional domains, mood area is ranked first, then cognition, then sensory area, then mobility area, and then physical and physiological function. On the right side of the slide, we can see the impact of every functional domain from 0 to 4 for the different areas. Let's see how these domains this area are moving forward with the age classes. So, mood area, cognition, sensory, mobility, and physical and physiological function. This is the age class between 40 and 50 years old, more than 1,000 subjects. Mood area is first, then sensory area is increasing, cognition is going down, mobility and physical and physiological function. Here we see that from 50 to 60 years, we can also speculate that we are moving from a relapsing remitting to a progressive disease course. Functional domains and the area are now slightly changing: sensory area, mood area, cognition, mobility, and physical and physiological function. And here we have the age class between 60 and 70 years old, in which mobility area is ranked first, then sensory area, then cognition, then mood area, and then physical and physiological function. So this seems the evolution from the perspective of people with multiple sclerosis, take into account the functional domains. Of course, we will move forward with the analysis of these results, and we have planned next steps, both from the qualitative and quantitative analysis. Regarding the quantitative analysis, we will try to identify clusters based on age, disease duration, and disease course. And another area of work will be the identification of interdependencies of the functional domain. But also we will move forward with the qualitative analysis.
Yes, I'll get the final say. With regards to the qualitative analysis, the ECT will continue to examine the data that has been put forward to us by people that have completed the questions, because we only looked at, remember, the 682, I think, and there were other areas in which comments and suggestions were made, and we will be working on that into the more endpoints with regards to examining the PROs and making sure that our questions of what are we measuring will be answered. Thank you very much.
We have time for a couple of questions, if any. No one?
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I wonder if you know now the most important symptoms for our MS patients, which I think is a very important step. Do you think any of them are more sensitive to change and maybe used in clinical care, but also in clinical trials?
With the data that we have now, I think that we will not have this information. What it is important to note from the data is that, for example, fatigue, that was ranked first, is really transversal to all disease ages. The data that I have shown later on the age classes are without fatigue. Otherwise, fatigue is a sort of noise in the data analysis. What we will try to do is to understand how we can, based on this data, try to cluster functional domains based on disease course, age, and classes, because this could inform how we can develop PRO that are more sensitive, based also, maybe we also discussed this within the PROMS initiative, that we need PRO dedicated more to a disease course that is progressive rather than relapsing remitting. So this is what we will try to answer with our data.
Many thanks. Yeah. So thank you very much indeed again. Thank you. So the next speaker is Professor Giancarlo Commi. Professor Giancarlo Commi is Honorary Professor of Neurology at the Università Vita Salute San Raffaele and founder and director of the Institute of Experimental Neurology at the Scientific Institute San Raffaele, Milan, Italy. He is the president of the European Charcot Foundation and since 2013 has served as vice chair of the Progressive Multiple Sclerosis Alliance and co-chair of the Industry Forum of the Alliance. He holds the office of President of the European Neurological Society, the Italian Society of Neurology, and the Italian Society of Clinical Neurophysiology, and many, many other things. But I will just say two things. One is that he was the guilty of early treatment, and I think that was the reason why you got the Charcot Award years ago. And the second thing is that I don't know exactly where he found the energy just to move around and do so many things so well. Thank you very much, Giancarlo.
Thank you, Xavier. I try to be in line with your own activities. I'm trying and never succeed perfectly. So these are my disclosures. Well, what I would like to try to do in the last 25 minutes is to review with you which has been the contribution of the European Charcot Foundation in a very strong collaboration with the Fondazione Italiana Sclerosi Multipla, in the line with what has been discussed until now, that is the potential new role. New is really a fundamental point of the person with multiple sclerosis. Well, the first initiative of the European Charcot Foundation has been the proposition of highlighting the importance of the model of organization in delivering assistance in multiple sclerosis. And the name that has been used to summarize this type of initiative was the Multiple Sclerosis Care Unit. The definition was coming from the experience, very positive experience of the stroke unit, where it was clear that the model of organization adopted in the stroke unit was able to improve in a substantial manner the quality of assistance. So the project was a project that is still ongoing, still evolving. It was in collaboration with a particular reaction of the Fondazione Italiana Sclerosi Multipla that you have heard about this morning, that is the multi-act European project. I will say something more later. And it's due to the collaboration of many different people in this mission. I want just to mention particularly here for this project Oscar Fernandez and Pia Solberg Sorensen. What was since the beginning a very special aspect of this type of project was to attribute an active role to the person with MS. In all the most recent, let's say, way to try to incorporate the person with the disease in the management of the disease in a multi-stakeholder type of approach. The person with the disease was mostly seen as like a passive type of component in this multi-stakeholder initiative, with the idea to try to do our best in order to have what we thought it was appropriate for the person with MS. Then we, in some way, forgot to ask the person of MS what really was interesting for her or for him. So when we started with this project, this was a bit a very revolution that we had in mind in this project. Very simply, the project recognized the fact that we have to have a convergence of competencies with the person with MS at the center with an active role in order to try to reassure about all the competencies are there in order to provide a good quality. Of course, we recognized since the beginning that it was impossible to have in the same site all the competencies, so we thought that there were essentially two modalities: to have centers that we qualified as a level 1, where all these competencies were present, but this is a bit an exception, at least the international level. And second, to facilitate networking, so that where all the competencies were not present, they can be, in any case, achieved with the collaboration of different centers. There were a lot of reasons, of course, that I tried here to summarize. One of the key reasons in order to try to activate such an initiative was that the treatment of patients with MS and the management of patients with MS was becoming more and more complex. A more active type of treatment, the use of more powerful disease-modifying agents, was in some way associated with some increased risk of adverse effects. And it was then absolutely necessary to try to make available modalities in order to have a very careful monitoring of the response to a given new type of therapy. From the other side, some marginal aspect of intervention in the past, such as, for example, physical and cognitive rehabilitation, have to be more and more implemented. They have to leave a space where they are really left at a very low level of use to a much better approach. So again, we had a lot of reasons to try to activate such a process. At the same time, I have to say, a bit in parallel, it was clear that there was an evolution underway that recognized the importance in any type of person with disease management, that it was important that all those who are in some way involved, payers, patients association, pharma companies, technological companies, have to try to work together, because in order to be really productive, it was fundamental to operate taking into consideration in a very realistic way which are the interests of each of the components. Without that, we will risk to fail quite easily. And in fact, the components that I try to summarize here are many that are playing a role in MS management. And here, a very important tool was developed, and here I have to express, I think, our gratitude to Paolo Zaratin, who was the leading force of the production of this tool, multi-act. You already heard this morning about multi-act, so I don't want to repeat what has been already said, but I want to attract the attention to the concept that was in the action of multi-act. So here the idea was that we should really, when we want to evaluate the efficacy of any type of intervention or initiative, to take into consideration all those who are involved, that the classical multi-stakeholder approach. However, the key aspect is to have a tool in our hands to measure the efficacy of the project. Without an appropriate tool, maybe we can come up with some very positive results, but maybe only for one stakeholder, and with the other stakeholder that will act later not in favor of the project itself. That will determine a quite high risk of failure. And particularly, as you can see here, among those who are involved, among the dimension that has to be used, we need to have a tool. And here the tool was this master scorecard. That is the tool, and the tool has to be able to qualify the initiative, the action, the project, whatever it is, in different dimensions that are efficiency, efficacy, the excellence of the project itself, and what is very important, I want to highlight the last point, that is the contribution and the role of the person with the disease. And here particularly is the way to contribute is really the possibility to give a voice to the person with the disease. That is what we can really define the patient-reported dimension. So this has been really fundamental because it has been applied in some way to try to evaluate first which was the condition of the project itself. So in some way for multi-act, the multiple sclerosis unit was a case study. It was the application in order to test the value of this type of tool. So when we speak about patient-reported dimension, of course, we have to consider the three different aspects that qualify this type of patient-reported dimension. The best known is the patient-reported outcome measure, but very important are also the PREMS and the PPI that are patient-reported experience and the patient preference. Because all together, these three components are relevant in order then to define the contribution of the person with the disease. So I think here the first step was then to use this tool and to try to use this tool to evaluate which is the state, which is the modality of organization of assistance for persons with MS worldwide. So the project was consisting in a definition of a questionnaire that was distributed to different countries involving different centers, not only MS centers, but also the other stakeholders that have some role to play there. Again, not leaving out any one of the actors that have to play a role. This was the distribution of the different type of centers and organizations that were involved. As you can see, there was only some absence of North American. It was very hard to have them involved. Still, I don't know why, but it happened. But there was a very strong participation of European countries, Central American, South American countries, very cooperative. But the important point here is that really you had a contribution coming from different type of organization, 38 countries, and 220 contribution with 140 units distributed in 220 units distributed in 140 countries. So really cities, so a very intense type of participation. Of course, I have not time to go too much in details, but the results of this survey was showing how extremely valuable was the modality of following patients with multiple sclerosis. Here, just to give you an idea about the variability, these are the number of patients with MS followed in the different units. I don't use the definition in the different MS center because in many cases there was no an MS center. There was just maybe only one physician, working, let's say, for half a day per week. But that is the reality. Sometimes we think that we have only center of excellence, that all patients are followed in this way. This is quite far from the reality. Of course, some centers have a very high number of patients, as you can see here, but those with the number that exceed 10,000 are really a minor part. This is the extreme. Most of the centers were following less than 500 patients. So that's, again, is the reality. And also we had some, let's say, quite clear view about the type of person involved in providing patient care. Here you see the number of neurologists, the number of nurses, and the number of physiotherapists, just only to give you an idea about the variability. Of course, when we move to other type of professional competencies, the proportion of presence of this competence was again even more variable from center to center. I don't want to go in details, but this is actually what happened. Also, the survey allows us to have an idea about the type of instruments for the diagnosis and for the monitoring that were present in the different centers. Again, no reason to go too much in details, but all the figures give you the dispersion of the numbers, again explaining the extreme variability. Now, if we go more specifically what matters for the discussion of this session, well, a first very important point is the presence of or absence of registries in the different units. And I have to say here things are not so bad. Not so bad. Of course, here may have a bit of a representation of the most advanced centers. That was clear from the number of patients followed by each center, but nevertheless, the condition is that 3/4 of the, let's say, the units that follow patients with MS have some use of registry. So to have a person with MS playing a role, it is then fundamental to open a communication with the person. A communication cannot be just linked to the time of the visit, maybe once a year. That's really is a way of no communication, not a way of communication. And so there are, of course, a lot of aspects that have to be used, and web page was one of these systems that have been utilized. The use of messages was another very frequent modality, but still the prevalent modality used was the telephone and the email. Very advanced methodologies like the use of social media, as you will see, it was a very, very modest contribution. And what about the patient-reported outcomes? Well, the patient-reported action have been in some way used in about half of the centers that have been involved in this process, and mostly dealing with the problem of assessment of depression, anxiety, fatigue, and also quality of life measures. These are the three that have been more frequently used. So this is exactly the situation we have to deal with if we want to promote the idea of having a much more homogeneous model of assistance to promote the concept of a MS care unit and to promote a central role of the person with MS. You already heard about PROMS, so I don't need to go in details about that. But here, again, the concept, this is the slide that Paola have shown this morning. The concept is here that we have a clear expectation. And the expectation that has been reiterated today is that there is some information in the person with the disease which is extremely relevant. What we used to do is to give the privilege to objective evaluation. That means using paraclinical tests, using measures of the type of physical or mental problems. However, this is really not reproducing the richness of what is the personal experience of the person. We heard this just from the person with MS this morning. So what is usually to be said, the hidden part, well, I don't like very much this concept of hidden part because it's not so hidden. We are blind to what is there. So this is the real, very important change that we have to try to achieve. And this is the mission of the PROMS. This is the real mission of the PROMS, to have, to change our type of approach and then to give a role to play. And of course, to be of value, even for the person, this type of contribution has to be solid. Otherwise, it will just produce noise instead to produce information. And this is perhaps a bit the most difficult aspect, and we have to work a lot from this point of view. But what we have seen just in the previous talk, it is clearly telling us that the type of pictures that the person with MS has of his or her problems is a bit different from what is our personal view as neurologists. So the PROMS has this very strategic direction with different type of tools, and I don't want to go in details about what you have just seen, but there is an incredible rich information in this population that have been involved in this type of survey, and there is a lot that can be defined. I just can skip this. So what else? How we can try to see if really the patient-reported outcomes, the patient preference, the patient perspective may really be part of the production of this new MS care unit with a completely different type of model compared to the past. Well, this is another initiative, joint initiative, involving the European Charcot Foundation, and again with a key role of the Italian MS Foundation, and is the project Musicalize. It is a project that aims to try to evaluate, which could be in a quite clear assessment, the real value of the model that we have in some way defined. And to, in order to do that, it is very fundamental to try to define under what condition and how can the implementation of the MS care unit be of value in order to provide a quite substantial increase in the quality of the management of the person with MS, and how it may be a concerted activity coming from the different stakeholders that are involved in this process. So this is a project that is just starting now, and we will need 2-3 years in order to have this project completed, but the expectations are very, very important, because in the way that the model of assistance will be examined, the role of patient-reported outcomes will be very fundamental, exactly because we have this new view. So, to conclude, and trying to put what I just said in the perspective of new approaches that are undergoing, or at least are under evaluation, I think that the MS care is not just a model of assistance to be proposed in order to try to have a better qualification of the assistance. I think that this is a concept, is a new way to see the modality, to have the person at the center, at the real active center of the disease in a holistic perspective. Well, what does it mean from the practical point of view? Well, from the practical point of view, here is the classical scheme about what can be and what we would like to be the evolution of the global approach in the treatment of persons with MS. We have heard this morning how relevant could be the prodromal phase of the disease, how we can squeeze from this prodromal phase new information. Maybe we may, like for the Epstein-Barr story, able to really prevent the disease, but we need more information. And here, of course, we might have a contribution that may really come from the use of the patient-reported outcomes. They have to be, of course, very well qualified, but they can be extremely important. We heard from Xavier Montalban that all the efforts in terms of diagnosis was to anticipate as much as possible. There will be news, we heard, about this anticipation. Anticipation for what? Anticipation because we need to try to use at the best what is available in order to try to arrest the evolution of the damage in the central nervous system. And we know, we heard again this morning, that we must have a bit more unified view of MS, not a disease that is split in different sections, but just one disease that have some variability over time. So it is becoming then fundamental to listen to the person with MS in order to pick up some messages about the type of evolution of the disease, the person entering the progressive phase. So again, patient-reported actions could really be more important, very important, in order to pick up from the person the signals of an initial progression of the disease. And finally, it is fundamental with treatments, more and more aggressive treatments, to be able to have a quite clear assessment not only of the efficacy but also of the safety. And again, is a way to be in continuous contact with the person. And here, I think there will be a very important contribution coming from digital medicine. Wearable devices may really, in some way, fill in the gap, the spatial gap between the person with the disease and the MS center. And here, again, a role for the person. So, and I end my talk, we have a bit of revolution here, and a new way to work together, having, of course, the same type of final objective to increase the quality of life for our person with MS. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Giancarlo. We have time for a very short question. Yes.
Hi, I'm a patient with MS, so sorry if my my question might be a little dumb. Is it realistic to say that once the person with MS, the patient, is getting engaged in their own care, their approach to the illness might change, might be a little more positive, and that it might be therapeutic for the person?
Thank you. That's one of the very relevant questions. Of course, what is really new in this proposition is first, the person with MS contributes to all the other person with MS. So it's a new way to use your own body to give health to the other bodies. Second, if you are not passive but you are active, then you are, of course, understanding more any steps, risk, benefits, what to do. And of course, that will increase dramatically the adherence to the protocols, the adherence to the treatments, which is at the end fundamental. Even the best drug doesn't work if it is not taken. So it is, of course, relevant, this point, very relevant.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation. I thank Florian von Reison. Florian von Reison is the Clinical Development Head, Neuroscience, for clinical studies in late development, phase 2 and 3, neuroinflammation, neuromuscular, neurodegeneration, in Novartis. He is also member of the Industry Forum of Progressive MS Alliance that we quoted before. Before joining Novartis in 2012, he was working in Pfizer and in Merck Serono, and before he was associate professor in neurology in Paris. Thank you, Florian. You have to give the point of view of the industry on rethinking the diagnosis and what we have discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the committee having re-invited me. I need to say I was here last year and I really enjoyed it very much. So thank you for this re-invitation and to connect with this beautiful community, really this Italian MS community, patient, experts, academics. It's a beautiful world. So thank you for that. And I'm really privileged to be here. My first slide is exactly this. So I'm going to talk about the rethinking the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis in drug development, so our industry perspective. Before I do that, I realize that the energies get a little lower. So in the room, I would ask you to be a little more active. So what I would ask you to do, those who can stand up, if you believe that MS is one disease. Those who believe MS is one disease and not two, please stand up. If you can't stand up, raise your hands, both. So which is, I would say, roughly 60%. Okay, thank you very much. Those who believe it's two diseases or are still uncertain, please stand up again, or not again, but stand up, or raise your hands. So we have 60% saying with one disease and 40 are indecisive or haven't really understood the question. Okay, that's great. So meaning majority, I have convinced already 60% in the room, which is great. So let's start with the first slide. And I need to click it. This is my disclaimer. I'm obviously working for Novartis, and I represent not Novartis as a company, but I represent myself. And those are my disclosures here, as you can see. The drug development success rate is low. And those who were here last year, the same slide, and it remains low. Meaning, if you see on the left side, you can see the success rate from a compound joining a phase 1, so first in humans. If you use a little white bar, it's 10% of those compounds will reaching the market, will be made available for patients. If you go then into phase 2, so typically the dose-finding studies with 800 patients roughly, this little white bar, 8%, this is still the neuroscience area. So the likelihood of success is low. It's not zero, but it's low. And if you go then to the right, the phase 3, those registration studies, where then the compound is then after this registered for market authorization, it's going up to 49%, so 50% of likelihood to succeed or to fail. And I think I put this slide back because last year we heard, obviously in December, a very promising class BTK inhibitor, ibrutinib, didn't reach this primary goal, this phase 3 study. So even if we know very, very much about MS and about the drugs we're developing, but it's still a high risk of simply not making it. And it's simply just to remind us compared to other areas like anti-infectious, musculoskeletal or others. So it's a fact. Meaning those who are in neuroscience and you're a part of that or you're a patient with a neuroscience condition, we stick together with that. We have to resolve it together. It can't be resolved on its own. So I'm really praising here the collaboration. We need a more modified view in MS, and he made my greatest introduction. I couldn't do it any better. So what I did here, he talked about the different criteria which were used in the past. And what I made here, I linked them to the corresponding labels, so the indication the drug is then to be used. And you can see the consensus meeting, I started with 96, not in 46. What was your first date? I think this was the creation of the relapsing remitting MS. There was SPMS, progressive relapsing MS. This term has disappeared, and PPMS. This was the foundation of the, including the treatment and the approval and the studying of compounds in multiple sclerosis. In 2013, there was a revision, so the new criteria was added to this, the CIS essentially, so it was allowing then individuals with CIS to join the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. It made it combined the SPMS with the PRMS into SPMS, secondary progressive MS, and still had on the right the primary progressive MS. When it comes in 2019, this is an FDA implementation. This is own history. In 2019, on a Friday evening, we were with the Novartis team awaiting the approval letter from the FDA for MAZE and ciponimod. And we got then the letter or the email, and in the evening, as typically FDA sent it on the Friday evening. And then that's your label, and the label says this is for relapsing forms of MS. And we were, obviously, it's a long negotiation with labels, so it was definitely, we have discussed all the details, but not the final indication statement. The FDA told us this is a new indication statement for your compound with a, just not to forget, with a study in secondary progressive MS. It was an SPMS phase 3, not a relapsing MS phase 3. So great surprise. And the next day, on Monday, we saw on the press release, I think it was Merck who announced the cladribine label, which as well has these relapsing forms of MS. And then meaning then we understood that FDA is changing all the labels from all compounds, including Gilenya and others, and the subsequent Kesimpta, to the same indication statement, relapsing forms of MS versus progressive forms of MS. And this is in 2019, so this happened and changed a lot. It simplified a little bit the world, meaning you have relapsing MS on one side, including active SPMS. The PPMS still was untouched, and they created in the middle something called non-active SPMS. The European implementation of that, necessarily US implementation, was a little more scattered, meaning it depends obviously on the submission and the sponsor. But what EMA created was entire roles like active RRMS or hyperactive or high active RRMS. They maintained the term of active SPMS. They created the term of non-active SPMS. And for PPMS, they said early PPMS. So it was, let's say, some confusion, not only in our minds, but also for prescribers, but also for patients, for payers. So there's some confusion and there's some requirement to try to unify it again. And in the MS society, and here the community, we just started the poll with this, people would agree there's progressive MS, yes, and there is progression in MS. That's a little difference, and it depends. I will not ask you again who's on which side here, but it's maybe split. But there's obviously this community thinking. What they knew, and obviously the criteria, nothing is secret. We heard it very in detail from Javier. Maybe we'll get a little more risks into the future, the little more left. But I heard as well, and you saw that PPMS is still as a diagnostic criteria, if it's all finally the final word. And in the middle, you see this doesn't really change. We heard about this. I will not go into the details. All the elements which have been added for the diagnosis, they will not change. I don't think the overall RMS or it's RMS. We need to wait on the final word of your guidances. But meaning we need a more unified view, because if those things are decided by the committee, which is obviously great, and that's what they do with very successfully, it has implication for labels, it has implication for our submissions, this has implication for our clinical studies, and as well in each country for payers, for everybody. So it has huge implications. So your work is super important, and we're waiting to see then the results, and then and happy to go and to work with the community how to implement that. But there is a trend, and again we asked this, we want to move forward toward the treatment of progression in MS. And this is a paper from Tim. Normally he was supposed to hear, no? He was on the program at least. Just citing this with Alan Thompson in 2018. This is something where I say, yes, we need to come to kind of harmonized way to see MS as one disease. So the 60% in the room who raised their hand, who's standing up, that's exactly the same opinion like you. And interestingly, there was then in 2023, the same group essentially, it's this Alan Thompson, the primary author, they asked different questions to neurologists, and maybe you have responded to those as well. I just picked out of this paper the very first topic, which says, whatever the new framework is, one disease versus two diseases, national health system need to quickly incorporate it into the decision making, followed by regulatory authority need to incorporate it into their drug development or approval within 2 to 3 years. And then the majority, roughly 80% of the respondents says, yes, that has to happen quickly. If something is new, it needs to be immediately accessible and understood by payers, but also by regulators. This is a very stretched goal. 2 to 3 years is super stretched, but it's the challenge we have, and we need to see what we can do to make that happening. But just to tell you as well, if you changed this criteria, which is required because the biology is understood, there's much more certainty about the things. The fantastic science producing those data, which needed to adjust those things, but it has consequences we need to work out. We heard this, we saw the slide as well. It was then leading to this paper from Tanja Kuhlmann and many colleagues here in the room as well, to understand the MS as a biology, as a disease continuum. It's one thing with different phenotypes, maybe with different biologies interacting. And I like much more your slide, by the way. I need to steal it. I took a photo. Next time I will work on that. If you go to the lower part, it's really this prodromal, the exposure to risk factors. We heard already, then this prodromal phase. Then you have a clinical phase, and the clinical course definitely might differ. And then you have all those different things we had already heard about, which influence this. But at the end, there's even biological explanation that different elements play a role at different stages, but at the end make it as one disease. Progression, and this was mentioned this morning as well. I was one just to cite this paper, which was used by pool data from our Novartis dataset, the NOMS dataset, which is a pool of all our clinical trials, Novartis data, 35,000 patients. And if you do this analysis across the starting with pediatric MS, relapsing remitting SPMS and PPMS, you see those green bar, which is those individuals in all those groups from all the 30, that is here almost 35,000 patients. You can see in each category, you have always patients who have PIRA, so worsening unrelated to relapse activity, or even worsening correlated to relapses. So meaning there is this progressive part is in that, meaning as well, it starts very early, but obviously get more prominent in the today PPMS population. there's really as well a need to treat this progression, which is still seen despite very successful and despite very potent treatments. So this is important. Here it's roughly 30%. Other papers talk about 40 to 50%. The numbers of those who are progressing despite treatments, there's some variability, but patient progressed. And this patient, we need to find a solution. 2 slides about the role of biomarkers. I would be not saying not pessimistic, not the right word, but by fluid biomarkers, and we have as well the imaging biomarkers. The fluid biomarkers, this is a great summary, which is now 1 year old, 2 years old. It's summarized, which you couldn't measure. And we heard NFL this morning. We have pro-inflammation biomarkers, glial dysfunction, GFAP, demyelination, or neuronal damage. The role of this in drug development remains to be demonstrated. NFL reached now the first IVD to the use of RMS, will be available in Europe at least. So there's some movements for the fluid biomarkers as well. But for the clinical trials, we need to see how this is going. The authors even going into integrated approach to combining probably different biomarkers. One single biomarker probably doesn't, even if it's fluid or not. That is pretty clear. So there's a lot of axes where we could work on. And again, NFL have shown at least a first IVD in relapsing MS. So there's some progress made. The next one, and I will really have it very short. This is just one paper about the imaging part. We have seen great imaging this morning, and we have presented them as well. It just goes to the lower panel, B and C. I think we heard about CVS, we heard about PRL. Those are excellent and will be used into the diagnosis. So we hear more about it at ECTRIMS, how it's entering then the McDonald criteria. And for the prognostic, on the C part, you see the prognostic lesion biomarkers, cortical lesion, PRLs as well, might have a relevance in the prognostication of MS. And it's probably true at the group level. I have as well with the PRL some questions if they're fading away after 5 years or 7 years. Can they be ever used in a clinical trial as an outcome? This is a different discussion to have. Obviously, MRI is standard as a pillar in MS diagnosis and as well in all of our studies. We will not give up. We need to see what's available. 7 Tesla MRIs and even 3 Teslas are not available in all over the world. So it's something we need to deal with when we do our clinical studies. The industry pipeline, I summarized here very briefly the different categories you have. I give you the MOAs, the BTKIs there across the whole spectrum. S1Ps are still in RMS, including pediatrics. CD20 are still in RMS and in PPMS. CD40 are in RMS and SPM, in non-relapsing SPMS. Right now, TK is tyrosine kinase is in non-active SPMS and PPMS. EBV T cell, if my information is correct, it's non-active SPMS and PPMS. RIPK1 in non-relapsing SPMS and in PPMS. And NUR1, it's across the whole spectrum. So meaning in terms of looking into that, it's pretty balanced. I was surprised to see so many things in progressive MS. They don't have all maybe the same likelihood of success. We can debate this, but I found it reasonably balanced. On the right side, where I mentioned other MS, nobody's doing everything else. So everybody's following the SEMA, so relapsing as progressive MS. Obviously, nobody is stepping out of this range so far. Not to forget, in phase 1, we have something which is really new coming up, TREM2, NLRP3, CAR-T, C-cell tolerization, SRM1, meaning the phase 1 studies. So really the future is not necessarily immune modulating. Some are, CAR-T obviously, and T-cell are immune modulators. But everything else, NLRP3, TREM2, SRM1, that comes from the new generation side. So that's something which is changing. MS treatment is not only coming out of MS. That's a message here. And that's my last slide and my summary. MS remains an area with high research interest. I think there's no doubt. Treat MS and delay progression as early as possible. We heard it this morning several times, so I think we all agree on that. Better understanding of biology allows to define MS in the future as a continuum and one disease. So I guess 60% was already convinced here, which is perfect. We need to continue to invest in procrastination and early detection biomarkers, imaging, fluid, and digital. I didn't went really deep into digital, others made it better today. And pool patient data, and it requires to continue to collaborate, to work with regulators, HTA bodies, academia, patient advocacies, and industry hand in hand. We can do it only as one family with different specialities, of course. And with that, I close my talk. That's my last slide. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Florian, because you concluded with what could launch the round table that we will have after the coffee break. Do you have some burning questions? One burning question to Florian? Yes. Daniel.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. So in the Barcelona meeting, it was clearly discussed that these are diagnostic criteria, that they're...
Sorry, say it again, Indy?
Yeah, so at the diagnostic criteria meeting, we clearly discussed that these are diagnostic criteria meeting. They certainly have implications for treatment. And you touched on this a little bit, but I would like to know your opinion. You know, in the case of a person who has no symptoms, but given certain biomarkers will be diagnosed with MS in a future iteration of the criteria, how will the regulators apply data that was not collected in those patient groups? How do you envision regulators dealing with that issue?
Yeah, that's a good question. Definitely regulators would stick to what was studied, very simple. And the reason is, even today, you have some indications where CIS is in or not. You can have the label where CIS are excluded, CIS patients are included. I could imagine the same thing, because the studies we are reading out right now, all these BTKA studies are still using the 2017 criteria. So it would be definitely, it would be not included. The question is how to study them those to allow them at the end to get access to the treatment. This is something we need to discuss. I don't think that the regulators would give a kind of blanco check. They will not do it, and for good reason, because you need to demonstrate it's safe. You need to demonstrate it works. So that's something which has to be done. That is not a given.
So thanks.
Just a consideration, because I would like to add in your summary also how we can improve our capability to collect safety data with the new drugs, and how the regulators consider the use of disease registries for past studies. Because we are doing in the Italian registry, but also in the big MS data network of European registries. It is very difficult tool.
It's maybe for the round table, but just in 30 seconds, it depends on the division, it depends on the health authorities. We typically ask that question. It's about the robustness of the data you have. And it's about the methodology, how convincing is it? And it depends how good the registry is, how complete the analysis is, how complete the follow-up is, because this is always the concern of regulators, but also national payer and national HTA bodies. How solid is this, and how can I transpose it at the end? So the question, it depends. In neuroscience in particular, the FDA is somewhat conservative in this perspective. Other divisions are more open, but it's a question of which data we would come. But it depends on the final outcome of the consensus meeting. Once it is published, the data, we for the time being see only a little glimpse here and there. But we obviously need to prepare this and need to find out how to do that. Well, it will take some time. It will not go quickly, for sure not.
Thanks again, Florian. We have time for the coffee break. I ask you to come back at 5:20 promptly.
Okay, if you take your seat, we can start. Can you please put Tim on the screen? Timothy Cozzi on the screen, please. Can we manage to see Tim on the screen? No? Okay, very good. Good morning, team, and good afternoon, everybody. So it's my pleasure to introduce Timothy Cozzi, that is not with us today, and he will explain why. And Timothy served as a U.S. National MS Society Chief Advocacy Survey and Science Officer. In this capacity, he leads the society work in the areas of state and federal advocacy, delivery of education and support program for people with MS, healthcare professional engagement and training, as well as the Society Global Research Program, as many of you might know. He's a member of the Society Chief Executive Officer Leadership Team, the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and the International Advisor Committee on Clinical Trial in MS. Prior to join the society, Tim had a faculty appointment at the University of Connecticut Health Service Center, where he conducted research into the structure and function of mieli. So Tim will introduce our roundtable today, and so Tim, is over to you. Entitled The Path Forward to Future Agenda and Future Stakeholders Consultation. Tim, is over to you.
Thank you, Paula, and it's a pleasure to join all of you virtually. Today, I apologize that I can't be with you. I had a family commitment. My daughter had graduated from university, and so we had some family obligations this weekend, which unfortunately prevented me from getting on a plane to make it to you in time. And so apologies that I'm conducting the session from this side of the Atlantic, but perhaps in the future, we may have other opportunities to visit with this great meeting. I've had the chance to listen to some of the earlier sessions, and really was quite remarkable, and I think set a really great stage for our roundtable discussion, which will close out today's session. And what we want to accomplish today is really have a conversation around how we engage all of our stakeholders in the brain health agenda that has been laid out today. And in order to set that up, I thought I'd take a couple of minutes to set some grounding around what we're aiming for our community. And so in this slide, I very simply illustrate what we think about in today's journey, MS journey. We talked quite a bit about it earlier today, where if one were to think about the typical patient's journey, one could imagine that there are these 4 major milestones of the onset of the disease, which could be clinically silent for a time, the manifestation of the first notable symptoms, the typical diagnostic period, and then the individual starting a disease-modifying treatment. And I think many of us would agree these 4 big milestones represent real pivot points for the patient's journey, and that the introduction of more accelerated diagnostic criteria, more improvements in disease-modifying treatments can have really changed this journey so that it's not perhaps as undulating as it used to be. But one of the aspects of our conversation around brain health is, could we imagine an even different journey, which is, could we get to this place where, with the combination of the scientific programs that our MS organizations and industry are doing, and we as a community coming together, could we imagine moving all of these major milestones so that they're as close together as possible, so that we're diagnosing someone just as soon as they have their first symptoms, and the barriers to starting a disease-modifying treatment have been eliminated, such that MS becomes a small part of a person's life, and their journey, rather than having many of these ups and downs, is perhaps a more straight line. I appreciate this is an oversimplification, but it also speaks to what I think is the aspiration we want for our community. And part of what I think when we think about that, of achieving this, we have to imagine what would be the scientific paths that we would take. And this illustration is one that comes from a forthcoming paper that is the second edition of the Pathways to Cures Roadmap, which was published by the U.S. My organization, the National MS Society, with collaboration from many of our partners around the world, that laid out a vision for essentially 3 pathways to a cure, where there's stopping disease progression at the top, restoring what's been lost, which is the green arrow down towards the lower right, and then the ambitious aspect of, can we end this disease forever? What I would call out is that the topic of our agenda about brain health is an essential part of this pathway. Brain health is essential. It is key to all steps along the way, whether trying to maintain brain health so that we block the disease before biological onset, all the way out to clinically manifest disease, where all of our energies are focused around restoring what has been lost and bringing back some measure of brain health. This work also requires quite a bit of integration and collaboration. This simplistic illustration, is an effort on our part to illustrate that it's not one particular piece, but all of these pieces working together, surrounded by the accelerators that we show at the top, that really speak to the point that integration and collaboration with patients is critical to success of this agenda, and that we cannot lose sight of the fact of what's in the orange circle in the middle, is that people affected by MS are at the center of this agenda. And so the consultation that we're talking about today is critical, because these are the individuals whose brain health is so essential for us to address. And with that, really just as a reminder, as we come up towards World MS Day, I put one of the graphics on the left. Our focus needs to be on people affected by the disease and the integration of all of the stakeholders to create this future MS journey that is illustrated on the right. And the ambition that we have as a community to do this work together is what we want to highlight today as part of this roundtable. We want to have a conversation with our panelists around the work we need to do to achieve this future for people affected by MS. And so for that, we have an esteemed panel that Paula and I will facilitate the conversation. So we'll be joined by Helga Weiland from the MS South Africa, Professor Marietta Battaglia, who you met, the CEO of Italian MS Society, Professor Giancarlo Comi, who is the president of European Charcot Foundation and the scientific committee of the Prada Foundation, Paolo Fedeli, head of the global affairs at Sandoz, Italy. We're also joined by Roberto Furlan, who's the president of the International Society for Neuroimmunology. You've heard previously from Professor Dan Antoneda, who is a professor of neurology at the Cleveland Clinic. We'll also be joined by Marco Salvetti, who from Sanofi, but also, apologies for that, Marco, you're a professor of neurology at Sapienza University, getting ahead of myself. And then lastly, Florian von Reisson, who is the head of clinical development and head of neuroscience at Novartis, and they're at the front table. What we're going to do is I'll pose an initial question to Florian, and then Paula and I will alternate at posing questions to the panel. We want to make this as interactive as possible. So we can start off first with Florian. You just you closed out our session talking about the diagnostic criteria and the potential changes to the diagnostic criteria. We were wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on how we design clinical trials and how we should be preparing for future clinical trials. One of the questions that has arisen quite frequently now is the challenge associated with individuals not having sufficient relapse rates when we measured annualized relapse rate as our outcome measure, and that is posing significant challenges to drug development. So perhaps you could discuss your thoughts around how the diagnostic criteria will change this, but also how we might need to think differently about clinical trial designs.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Obviously, this is a critical question. If it's working, yes, it does. It's a critical question. I think the answer is there are two levels. The first level is obviously these new criteria, once they are published and available, would be then definitely used for the future studies. So right now, every study which is conducting is using the 2017 criteria. Very simple. So once the next project starts in, let's say, in 2 years or 1.5 years and 2 years, then we need to integrate those new criteria. What can be done is two things. You could either open it to the criteria while you exclude certain population. This is still possible. And then I mentioned before, when CIS was added to the world, there were as well studies where CIS was excluded from certain studies. This is one way. You could still continue to use the criterion where you exclude certain populations of assessing them. The reason would be that we don't know yet exactly what is the annual relapse rate, because this is something, if you measure efficacy on those relapse reduction, we need to understand what is the predicted outcome, the predicted natural course of this population. If we know this best and bad, then we can simply integrate those, because we need to adjust the sample size, probably maybe the duration of the study. But we do it typically when we know those things. It's not blindedly done, if I may say. So there's really those two levels. And just to remind that the compounds which are right now in development right now, they're still using the old criteria, the 2017, which are still the valid one. And I think each time criterion changed, the clinical trials recruited then with a new criterion and adapted then progressively. So it's not switched from one day to the other. Everything would allow every population to come in. It probably would be a stepwise approach, and depends on the expected effect and the disease course, natural disease course in that population.
Thank you. And Paolo will ask the next question.
Yeah, so I'm trying to. Can I have the microphone? Excuse me, I'm waiting for the microphone. Can I have the microphone? Okay. So perhaps next question is for Professor Comey. So after today's meeting, one question is, which additional disciplines or competency and stakeholder do you think that should be part of our multidisciplinary approach from research to care, to particularly to enable brain health and early diagnosis?
So, Paolo, you mean in some way how could be really the positive or even the negative type of contribution that we may have? Well, based on what we have seen before, I tend to be positive, because it is really a common interest to, at least for what is, let's say, feasible. It is really a common type of advantage in order to be able to take benefit from the new view of the MS disease courses, which is now an ongoing discussion from one side, the new view on the diagnostic criteria, and let me add also the new view of the potential contribution of the person with the disease. So we have, we are in some way in a phase of great changes in MS. We had in some way a wave lasting about 20 years that provide us with very powerful anti-inflammatory treatments. Now we have to face the absence of a real powerful disease-modifying treatment that target the decentralized inflammation process or processes. And in order to face this new type of problem, we need a concert of the different stakeholders. If all of us play our own role, including pharma companies from one side, health authorities, because I think that if we look again back to what happened, the health authorities always, they tend then to apply what the evidences have been provided. In the past, we have been sometimes discussing for a long time about that, but at the end, are the evidences that dictate what may happen. Maybe with some delay, as Florian said, maybe you have some gaps in terms of time, but and we should really be very open to these new changes that are taking place. But personally, I think that we should be positive. Of course, even the Patients Association, even the supranational and national health authorities, everybody has to play their role. No one has to leave the table, otherwise it didn't work.
So if I understand correctly, perhaps more engagement with regulatory agencies needed moving forward, that is something that perhaps we are not taking care enough in the current initiative, or we should stress this.
Sometimes we have not been enough active, I have to add.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's just because we didn't really activate enough our interactions. When I was involved in the alliance, it was clear that at the end you might find a good type of propension to hear and to interact, provided that you have something to say, of course.
Yeah, so what this morning we have defined the enabling regulation approach.
Yeah.
Tim?
So perhaps I can pose a question to Dan and Roberto. Perhaps I can start with Roberto. And this it comes back to the topic of clinical trials. I think, Giancarlo, I think very eloquently discussed, the importance of, the underpinning science and being able to identify new agents and to move beyond where we are today in terms of the agents that we have, which are, I think, quite effective and making a difference, but we potentially are facing a lull in development of new agents. And one of the questions that revolves around this is around the design of clinical trials and how we should think about issues of statistical significance in terms of trial designs. And so wonder, Roberto, if you would be able to speak to that point, and then perhaps, Dan, you could add to Roberto's perspectives.
Yes, thank you for having me here. So, I'm not an expert in trial design, but I clearly was very struck by what is going on in the field. So basically, we're facing a paralysis because we are reaching this floor effect where we are unable to demonstrate any further effectiveness of any prospective drug if comparators work so well. And I think and I also think that a failure is not the failure of a drug industry, it's the failure of a whole community, because we are devoid of a potential drug, and as physicians, as patients, as well as a success of all the community. So what we need to change, I think, is especially to concentrate on proposing new outcome measures. We have seen the science which is behind today, but we did not, I think, focus enough on what are the missing steps to take some of these very promising new markers, that being it biological biomarkers or digital or digital or patients-reported outcome to be used and accepted by regulatory agencies as the primary outcome. I think we should even maybe go beyond the concept that there is one single biomarker, whatever it is, that is going to be the benchmark and the primary outcome in a clinical trial. I think this era clearly has taught that composite markers, so a combination of markers, might be the outcome. But we need validation, standardization, and this needs huge investments. And we really are missing, I think, time. I think it's the time to make choices among the biomarkers and really try to push towards what is missing in the development steps to have a real practical proposal as an alternative. Because right now we can turn to regulatory agency and say, okay, annualized relapse rate is an outdated parameter. It will not work anymore. And the regulatory agency will ask, okay, and so what are you going to use to substitute it? And we will not have an answer. We will have discussions. So I think we need to identify some of the markers, have also a methodological new approach, like, for example, considering composite biomarkers, and then push the field forward by making standardization and validation. Otherwise, we will be stuck here for years.
Okay, so we have already three important insights for our future global agenda team. So I'll move to ask a question. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, not much to add other than just to agree with everything that Dr. Ferland said. I would say that, you know, this harks back to an ECTRIMS workshop we had actually here in Rome. It was probably, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, maybe 7 years ago, where we talked about how we were going to accelerate progressive MS trials. And I think going back, you're right that, you know, we have this, you know, effect that it's hard to show something that might hit on biology of inflammation and relapses, but we still don't have anything for the biology of neurodegeneration and progression. And I think that's the whole, I think, ethos of the Progressive MS Alliance, and to develop things where we can use, I think, probably better definitions of the disease and better outcomes, you know, to look at patients that might be responding to a given therapeutic. So this idea of one size fits all, which was true before, I think for progressive MS is not true. I think there's a lot of different biology that's going on, and I think one has to target different mechanisms, and those mechanisms will hit on certain features or symptoms that patients have. And I would envision, you know, MRI, neuroperformance, and PROs being used quantitatively to, one, select patients for clinical trials, which we're actually already doing, and two, then to refine perhaps some composite endpoints based on those measures. So I agree 100% on that.
Thank you both. Paula?
And Daniel, could you comment also on the aspect of, I'm thinking about personalized medicine, on the aspect of be able to select target population, because we are keeping on repeating this, but then, you know, what could be the path to impact in this direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably one of its greatest utilities, right, which is patient selection. And so, as an example, you know, we are currently conducting a phase 1 study that's focusing on a compound that is actually regenerating, or the idea is that it has a potential regeneration of synapses. It's a bryostatin compound. And the way we designed the study was actually selecting neuroperformance measures that we gather in the clinical realm, because if we think that our outcome is going to be cognitive, we need to find individuals that A, have cognitive impairment, but B, don't have cognitive impairment that is too severe that it's unlikely going to be undone by the therapeutic compound. So we're already doing it. I think, you know, generally the path to, you know, how we get these outcome measures used is basically by experimenting with them, you know, in trials. And I think the FDA has positioned itself that it is quite open to exploratory data-driven type outcomes that might not make much sense from a, when you just look at a patient. It's not your EDSS, it's not your annualized relapse rate, but the regulators are getting warmer and warmer to this. So I think it's definitely going to be in our future.
Okay, very good. Tim, should I go for?
Certainly. Go ahead, Paula.
Okay, perhaps I'd like to ask a question to Helga. So we have been discussing today the importance of this new discipline of science with an outpatient input. And that is more and more urgent, especially if we want to go towards a personalized medicine and even designing clinical trial and target population. So what would you like to see in the future global research agenda that will increase the engagement of people living with the disease?
Paula, it's become very clear today and has been very evident probably for as long as science and MS has been around, that it's such a unique and individual condition that you cannot have a one-size-fits-all. And the ideal situation would be that when you become diagnosed, and it was in Xavier's presentation, was that if you could project and see what that condition is going to look like over a period of time, and then treat it accordingly with the best medication for that specific person, then that would be the ideal situation. Because every single person that has MS displays a completely different course of the illness, and identifying the course that it's going to take, and managing from the outset that it never ever gets to the point where it becomes a disability. That would be the ideal situation, I think.
Thank you, Helga.
Thank you, Helga, for highlighting that. And so I wonder, Marco, I know in different times we've had conversations about the importance of having, a multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder approach to driving the scientific agenda as well as the clinical agenda. And so I wonder if you, as you reflect on the conversations this morning, but also more broadly of where our community needs to go to address the kinds of floor effects that Roberto highlighted in his remarks. What additional disciplines and stakeholders do we need at our table in order to make progress?
Thank you, Tim. Well, I think that in terms of collaboration, we are somehow complaining about the difficulties we have in multiple sclerosis concerning clinical trials, but there are diseases where these difficulties are even bigger. And I'm referring, for example, to the field of Mendelian rare diseases. In spite of these difficulties, they succeed in advancing their field. And I think that we should really try to collaborate and learn some lessons from them. First thing. Second thing is that they are somehow forced to look at the biology of their diseases. And this is something that we should reinforce in our approach, particularly in the early phases of the clinical development, because it is my opinion that we are somehow a little bit obsessed from trying to conform to the regulatory issues we have. And this is something that, okay, it's true, we must do that, but this is something for the phase 3. I mean, in the early phases, let's think about really the biological effects of a drug. And then there will be time to conform to regulations. But, and so, again, I think that also the possibility of testing in kind of companion clinical trials, the same compound in multiple sclerosis and in a rare neurological disease that recapitulates at least some pieces of the biology of multiple sclerosis this would be something that could be very informative and bring a lot of benefits for multiple sclerosis and for the rare disease as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Marco. Paula?
Yeah, so I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Fedeli. So we touched today several times about neurotechnology, innovative neurotechnologies, digital transformation. And we know that evidence from health research will help usually public, patients, policymakers to make decisions about treatment, care, and service. So how, in your opinion, should we prepare us to meet technological innovation, and especially to meet it in the context also governance, healthcare, sustainability?
Thank you for the question, Paula. It is important to understand the ultimate consideration about the fact that the huge progression that we have in the last 20 years in MS, but in general also in other therapeutic areas, can be really effective if we consider how the system, the whole system, is maintained in a sustainability way. So we need to observe the consideration about the chronic condition like MS, that is increasing number of burden of disease in the population. And we needed to combine, for instance, the effects of the innovation that inspire us also to find more effective solution for patients and serving new patients, because the increased level of diagnostic can help to have much more unveiled patients population, create a situation of sort of critical meet between the high demand and the level of the answer to this kind of demand. So the idea is to combine a system in which the real affordability of the system can integrate the innovation system coming from the research and development, coming from industries, but also from independent body, from national researching centers, in order to increase the progression about the new information and new knowledge about the MS. In the other part, we need to combine also the new models of treatment, considering all efforts that we have. So the innovation, probably considering the tailoring system, is not for all patients, but for just selected patients in which we observe the real and ultimate advantages for patients. In the meantime, we need to capitalize also experience with the old drugs that we have in our hands. And in the meantime, we need to start to think about the economy of scales and consider the reinvestment that we can have, also in saving for old drugs, to put on the table for supporting innovation, for supporting therapies for a more number of patients, and generating in this way a sort of more affordable system for all the community, not only for Italy, but across different healthcare systems in different countries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So to bring our session to some closing remarks, we'd like to ask Professor Battaglia. Mario, I know there are many aspects to this agenda that I know have your attention, and would be interested in, as you think about the conversations earlier today, as well as this panel, what are there additional aspects of the brain health agenda that you see that our community needs to pay attention to? I'm particularly interested in your reflections on the aspect of life with MS such that more and more individuals are living into older age with MS, and that brings with it another aspect of the disease that we need to consider. And so, your thoughts around brain health in general, but then also around how our agenda needs to incorporate the fact that more and more people are living into old age with multiple sclerosis.
Thank you, Tim. There are so many things that I was considering during the discussion, but I try to be short. First of all, I liked very much your two images regarding the journey, because of course we want to move towards the second one. The second one means that the long line or the long route is the route of life and not the route of MS. And of course this means quite a lot, because we have to consider that there are people with MS that have to receive the answers to their needs, also to the unmet needs. Age is an issue that has been discussed also in a meeting recently organized in US, and we have to consider regarding this that the proportion between the newly diagnosed and those that die with MS every year is 15 times. So this means that we will have an increasing population of people that happily will live their own lives, but we need to satisfy the needs of those people. This means to organize services overall 360 degrees with an interdisciplinary approach, and this is important. Of course, there is the need that has been underlined of early diagnosis in the programming phase as possible, early therapy, and the issue of economy that was already discussed regarding sustainability. But on the other side, we need to be clear also on the classification of MS, also considering all the life. And this clarification is not only, as Florian said, a need of industry, is also a need of regulatory agencies and health systems, because in this way they can try to meet the unmet needs of the people. Of course, the role of the persons with MS or those affected by MS in all these changes that we are affording and we will afford in the next years is quite important. We have discussed the PROs, but we can also consider the real-world evidence, because this is an issue where we can contribute the persons with MS and of course the clinicians together to offer these answers. And of course in this field digital health has a role, a fundamental role, and also a role for helping telemedicines, because we need to have a health system that can afford the numbers and the needs that are increasing. So we need a development of public health, because when we say from research to cure, we better should say, as I began my speech considering the image, we moved from research to life of people. Of course, in all this, the most important issue is the work that all stakeholders should do together, and also remembering that funding is important, funding for that research that needs going from the basic to the Death Valley, and then industry should pick up this and invest, because we don't want a delay or a lack of investments in the future, as happened in other health areas, in other medicine areas, because this should be a real problem. So at the end, we think that our MS societies have a role, and of course in this role we need to work together, all MS societies, all the MS field. And as we did in the past, and as I quoted, Progressive MS Alliance or registers can be the examples. where we can support the development of a different journey for the future.
Thank you, Mario, for your remarks, and I appreciate your comment about this is the route to life. Perhaps before I summarize, I'll ask my collaborator, Paula, if she has some closing thoughts before I summarize our session.
No, I'd like to thank the speakers, and we'll take the insights from this roundtable to plan our path forward. And Tim, maybe you want to list what could be these priorities.
Certainly. So I think, first of all, we have a very ambitious agenda, and I think that it is very clear that we are starting from a strong point. And I think, to underscore Roberto's point, that we are hitting a floor effect with the treatments we have today. But I would ask us to imagine the fact that after 30 years of the introduction of the first disease-modifying treatment in beta-seron, we are reaching a point where the treatments and the comparators are so effective that now it becomes harder for us to ask the questions. This, as Marco pointed out, is I would call us a good problem for us to have. Our community has many options, not enough to address progressive MS, as I think Dan has highlighted, but we are starting from a position of strength. I think the challenge that we face that's been highlighted is how do we ensure that we have the science and the development programs to identify new targets that have biological plausibility for treating MS, so that we can have the precision medicine approach that Dan has highlighted. But it requires that we also start thinking ambitiously about how we do some of the early trial designs, as highlighted by Marco, in terms of we need to evolve our thinking, perhaps, in the earliest stages of drug development, to experiment, to try new approaches that teach us about the biology of multiple sclerosis, but that can also identify the new possible treatments for us to pursue that can be both disease modifying in terms of addressing immunology, but also starting to target the other aspects of the disease of neurodegeneration, myelin repair, neurorestoration. All of this, though, revolves around a healthcare system that is responsive to the insights about the evolving journey of MS, and also that incorporates the perspectives of people affected by the disease. The ultimate experts about multiple sclerosis are the people living with the disease. And part of our agenda needs to be to incorporate what matters most to them in the development of a brain health agenda and a research agenda that can be about developing better ways to live well and live long with multiple sclerosis. So with that, I think this brings our session to a close. I'll turn it back to Paula, since she's actually in the room and I'm thousands and thousands of miles away, to bring our session to a close. And thank you to our panel for excellent dialogue and discussion.
Tim, I'd like to thank you for making a list online, and we excuse you for not to be here for very good reason. And thank you our panel for their valuable contribution, and all the speakers of today for this very exciting data and section. Thank you so much. Hi, team.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.